as we have a little bit of a shakeup here with both these teams not being into the finals last time around. But we do have two returning players that are on the final boss roster that are now back here once again into the finals, just wearing different colors.
Yeah, absolutely. JDK, Beg for Mercy. Beg for Mercy was rocking the top lane spot on DA. JDK in that natural mid lane position there. They are going to be on this final boss roster, which also might be making some players feel a certain way because a couple of these players were also on that final boss roster that almost did the miracle run, but kind of got knocked out at the final hurdle against DA. That is Deathmatch Opponents and Metro. So maybe a couple feelings in the air as we are getting into the second splits grand final, as we do see the first couple of picks and the first wave of bans come through. And I think this is the first time we're seeing Yunara get pulled out so far this split.
Yeah, so I believe Final Boss did pick it up. Verja was piloting it the third game against TD last week. I do know just based off the how that game went, it was a little bit of an unfortunate game for TD. It was a little bit of a stomp, so the Yunara wasn't really shown to be maybe as much of a reason why that game went so well. It's just one of those games that was a little bit of a stomp, but we do see it here once again from Final Boss. Uh, to I would say one of those champions that has a little bit of a struggle going on into the early game. Doesn't really have that much prio, I would say, especially if you're going something that's a little bit more safer into the Jinx. They do have the Zyra, so they are going for a little bit of a poke mage, which you know, doesn't really amplify the, I would say, the champion strengths of Yunara when it comes to maybe a little bit early on as much as an enchanter were to maybe engage. But Zyra's still a very strong pick in general, as we do see the Braum, so the most likely that is probably going to be a Zyra jungle, actually. So I do love that. I do love the Braum, especially into the Ornn. That is such a huge cancel out with the Ornhorn with the Unbreakable Shield.
Yeah, absolutely. Brum, the king of the draft leagues, just one of the best overall supports you could really rock up to any game with. Kind of fits in to most positions and most compositions, so you can never really go wrong with Brom. Notably here, the first wave of bans actually didn't have that many high presence champions getting banned away. Obviously, that Akali just keep Metro
Yeah.
off of it. But J4 and Volibear, the only other two like in the top 10 of the highest presence champions that got banned away. And High Alert took advantage of it, picking up both the Xin Zhao and the Jinx, both incredibly high presence champion. Jinx is still number one, even though it's more of a pick rate than a ban rate as opposed to what we had last split. And Xin Zhao has been staying in that like 5 to 10 area for the top 10 presence. We do finally see a little bit more the Sidra, that Ari getting banned away. It looks like Hyler maybe oh, never mind. I was going to say not believing that Zyra's going mid. We don't either because that's almost certainly going to be a jungle Zyra. So knowing that mid lane spot is still open for final boss, they're saying nope, and they're going to whittle that pool down more and more.
See the Pantheon come out, and now with Pantheon, this if it does end up being locked in, okay, Poppy. I'm gonna wait and see if it's gonna be a full lock-in or not. It's currently still being hovered. We'll see if Final Boss are gonna go ahead and fully lock that in. I imagine so. Poppy into the Sins out is gonna be quite good as well. The only there it is. Could still go jungle. With the Pantheon, I was more thinking like it could still maybe be some type of crazy flex, since Pantheon jungle right now is one of the S tier picks in, I would say, a lot of the high elo professional leagues. Zyra still quite strong if piloted by a good player, and who better yet to pilot it than Jake, to the previous MVP from the last split. We do see Milio coming up,
I mean, yeah.
Jinx, very common, I would say, enchanted to go with a hyper carry such as that. Also pretty good, I would say, to just kind of keep everyone on this high alert roster alive. We do have a lot of just really nice peel from Final Boss so far, so high alert has to dig deep and really try to find things that can just buy space and buy time for the comp to do what it needs to do. And there's Lissandra. We did see Metro take that out last week against Flannel Esports and did really well into the early game, even if he stumbled a little bit into the mid game transition. Final boss, Victor lock-in for the final pick for JDK. Very solid pickup regardless, no matter really what you're picking it into.
Yeah, and I actually think I like both of these compositions as long as this Victor gets locked in. Still technically a hover, but I'd imagine that's going to be a lock. That's kind of a really good answer just in terms of the actual overall draft strategy. It's a really strong champion that's still open. Is obviously able to be operated by JDK, and it's just not in that high presence. It's not going to be a massive hit to either of their pools. That's a little bit deeper down. So getting that out early, that's not going to hurt them later on when that pool gets smaller and smaller. But right now, both of these team compositions, I think, are actually very well rounded. Um, High Alerts genuinely feels like it could probably be operated in the LCK. It looks very clear cut, exactly what you would imagine from a very seasoned draft team. And I think it does front to back pretty well. It has a little bit of dive potential, especially with that Zenzel and the Lissandra being able to get a little bit past that front line. So there's a lot of potential to do multiple different roles. It's not going to be heavily reliant on one thing in particular, and I think that's always a pretty good thing to have. Adaptability is the best ability, you know what they say. Final boss, very similar. I think it is a little bit more wild. The Zyra jungle, I think, is definitely going to be something to keep an eye out and how that performs. I don't want to say it's a feast or famine, but it's definitely one of those. It's not seen as like a traditional jungle pick, so it could go either very, very well or very, very wrong, depending on probably how that early game goes. So I definitely think a little bit more variation from Final Boss, but it's one of those things. High highs, possible low lows. They're just gonna have to risk it.
Yeah, and the biggest thing right now with Final Boss and the whole like narrative behind them is that, true to their actual name of the organization, they have been considered the final boss for the split. They have been, very strong in like pretty much every single game they've played. First seed, so they are just have that already going for them. JDK and Jake have been big practitioners of the success. Just, these very big, just, Giga Chad players in general, just based off what you saw from the last split and their performances in between. So this is like, a really big, like I would say favored into what regardless of the composition that they're going to be able to make it work out just because of who the team is. But we've also seen some pretty high highs for High Alert as well to be able to, find just random, chances from, disciplining or finding just mispositionings or misplays from the enemy team's composition, playstyle, whatever. We saw that last week with Flannel. Flannel was really well known to kind of be throwing away leads, but High Alert doing a good job at taking that away. So High Alert are coming in with, I would say, a little bit of a seasoned hope of being able to punish the mistakes that Final Boss might be throwing out. So we'll kind of have to see how the mood is going on for the beginning here for the series between both these teams because it's going to be a big like tempo play for either of these organizations if they can take game number 1, and hopefully in High Alert's case it's going to be a very quick 3-0 just because we know when it comes to champion pools, like especially Metro doesn't really have as much. That's a constant thing that is talked about. So we're gonna have to see the adaptations that is going to be seen from High Alert if this does end up going for a 4 or a 5 game series, and we'll see if the true final boss actually does show up here tonight and is just wanting and looking to roll over High Alert.
Yeah, and that's absolutely a really big point to kind of talk about is the fact that while we do have people with experience in grand finals, no one in this league, at least not for the LFA, have experience
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, game number 1 between Final Boss Esports and High Alert. High Alert onto the blue side, Final Boss on to the red side here. That final start here and now. There is no more mistakes that could be given to either of these teams. If you get knocked out here, that is it. You lose out. You're taking second place while the other is first, and the LFA split 2 champions. I expect just a basic 5-point on both sides. Nothing too crazy starting on for game number 1. Something I wanted to touch on real quick, Soren, was High Alert's comp, I will say. A little bit more cookie cutter and basic, I will say. A little bit more easy to pilot, I want to say, than what you would expect from Final Boss. Just, it's very simple. You got the Orin Zen, Lissandra, Jinx, Milio. It's very basic. You kind of know what this comp wants to do. Final Boss, I would say, still a little bit of the same way. You got the Poppy, you got the Braum, you know, you have very, like, good frontline with good peel as well, with a good scaling option with the Victor, and even a little bit mid and late game with Verja onto the Yunara. The biggest thing here in the X Factor is really the Zyra. Zyra, one of those champions that not quite feast or famine like you said, but really does need to make an impact, I will say. I would say a little bit earlier before later, especially against a Xin Zhao, which is very quite strong, level 3, level 4, level 6, you know, usually stays strong throughout the entirety of the game. So it's really going to be all eyes, I want to say, on Drake to see if he can make this pick just do a lot before, you know, Deathmaster Prones can get around the map and really throw his weight around. But with it being Jake, you know, the previous MVP from last split, I expect a lot of things coming out from him this game.
Yeah, absolutely. And we are going to immediately see a little bit of indication on what these two junglers want to do, starting on opposite sides. Zyra, or I guess both starting on blue, but on the opposite sides of the map. So looks like Final Boss are going to want to look to play a little bit more for that top side, at least early on. While High Alert, I think very traditional. I think we saw this, I think for all of the last couple games that we've seen them play, more priority towards that bot side, wanting to get their 2 bot laners ahead as early as possible, especially with Civil. I mean, Civil has kind of been one of, if not just their win condition in many a game, so getting Civil ahead early is never a bad idea.
Yeah, Civil has just been performing really well for High Alert, and it makes sense while Jake kind of wants to get away from going towards that lane. He's playing Zyra, he's not playing something that has a lot of like engaged tools, so there's not much you can really do into a pretty safe lane that is Jinx and Milio. And of course Braum, you know, not that it's weak, it just doesn't have a good enough setup for something like a Zyra early on. So once the path towards the top side, get some pressure there. We do see Deathmaster, you know, splitting the map here and is going to let's go for the spot side. But with Final Boss being pushed in here from the wave, I don't see anything really happen. They also did get that early ward into the tri-bush, so I expect it's just going to be very basic farming from both of these teams until something miraculously changes when it comes to Grubbies or First Drake at 5 minutes.
Absolutely. We do see a minor invade here. It's just going to be used to put a ward down as they were a little early for the scuttle. So gets a little bit of information. It won't spot anything. I think by the time this clear is done and possibly this first gank, if it comes through on the bot side, they are pushing the turret. But they'll probably just catch the very end of that ward, if anything. So don't know if it will get too much information besides the fact that they'll know that, you know, that Xin Zhao is not on the blue side, but that is a lot of vision for Final Boss up on the top side. I would not be surprised if they had an idea of, you know, just foregoing that first Drake and playing more around the Grubbies and getting that major objective, because they do help out a lot when it comes to the sieging potential later in the game. And we've been seeing a lot of games come down to how many turrets have been lost, even more so very frequently, as opposed to how many trades have been seized.
Yep, see a little bit of just train going on. Tantu looking for a dash into the wall, wasn't able to quite fight it, but Civil and Ethereal can continue this prio. It is going to be hard for Final Boss to be looking for this early game Drake, and since Grubby's not spawned until 8 minutes into the game, there is a really big disconnect between the Drake and the actual Grubby spawning, meaning you can't really trade the objectives if you're on it, if you're on the Drake quite early when it spawns, and you even have a little bit of a couple minute grace period. And also with how both of these timers are for both these junglers, we do see Deathmaster Pones looking for something onto the Raptors, but they should be kind of splitting the map once again with Deathmaster being towards his bot side, but it's going to be a little bit of scuffle into Jake. He does have the level advantage onto the Zyra here, but it's still... Oh, Metro going to flash in with the root there, and there's the slow, and the W coming out. Flash coming out, JDK. Double kill going over to Metro there. Deathmaster, I'm pretty sure, is going to fall down. Nope, was able to get out with that flash there. 2 kills going over to Metro. Well done from Deathmaster Pones. He was down a level. It doesn't matter, though. Zyra into Xin Zhao in that close quarters combat. Xin Zhao usually wins. And Taunty maybe going a little too aggressive. Okay, he's good. Whew, yeah, I saw him jump in there with, like, no mana and HP, and I got scared for a second.
Hey, just limit testing up on the top lane. That's fine. That's normal. Normal behavior for those top laners. But yeah, that's a huge boon for High Alert, picking up those 2 kills early. Also, both go on the Metro on this Lissandra. That is very scary. One of the big matchups here is between Metro and JDK. So Metro getting that lead early, being able to go back and maybe get an item advantage is going to massively help out in that duel that we're kind of expecting in the mid lane. That does also put the Zyra behind. We were talking about how important it is for Zyra to have a good start. That is not a great start, as we do see Xin Zhao is going to be securing that first rake. They do see it. There's a ward there in the pit, but there's just nothing that Final Boss can do here. Zyra's on the other side of the map. Poppy's having a recall. They just do not have the manpower to really have any say for this take.
Yeah, and like I said, since Deathmaster started onto the top side, his clear is going to naturally go towards the bot side. So Jake looking to see if maybe a Grom or possibly Wolves are going to be up in time for him to take away, but since Deathmaster Pones already cleared that before that play for the double for Metro, but hold that thought while Metro could be a little bit of a dangerous situation here. He's going to walk up, heal up with the in-case there, and doing a lot of damage to JDK, but it doesn't matter. Just took way too much damage from the E's from JDK, and when he tried to look for something himself, maybe got a little too overzealous, and that's something that we constantly talk about with Metro. Even when with a lead, he is quite aggressive, even when behind. And he does have to be a little bit careful to not get a little too overzealous. And with the mid laner down, Deathmaster Pones just now taking a Drake. And is going to signal Jake taking the entirety of the top side from Deathmaster Pones. Swinging the tempo a little bit back into Final Boss's favor here. It's not too much, but it's definitely something that equalizes a little bit of what went wrong in the first, I would say, 5 minutes of the game for Final Boss.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not amazing. As they have just continued this pressure up on the top side, finally Ethereal Ice is going to be making their way up. We'll spot the 1 word, but not any of the other 2. They also have the Scuttle, so that's a lot of vision. There's also a lot of presence. Deathmaster Pones and Ethereal Ice now sitting on the top side. It looks like they already try to go for this grub take. But Zyra, yet again, is on that bottom side, not in the half where the major jungle objective is. So it looks like, yet again, that very early objective is just going to be secured with very little impact from Final Boss.
Yep. 2 objectives already taken, which means they're only 1 away from defeat, and they're also only 1 kill away, so they could actually secure defeats quite early on into this game, which would be a nice little boon to the morale there. But Noodle fight once again towards his top side. Orin doing Orin things while Poppy's doing Poppy things. A little bit of healing coming out from the Milio there. Jake, though, once again, while Deathmaster Pones into his top side, doing what Zyra does best and is able to just power clear not just his own camps, but he decided to go towards the bot side of Deathmaster Pones, and it's taken a lot of resources away from him. Even though they're up objectives, he's going to be down CS, gold, and XP, which is perfect for a champion like Zyra that likes to use those stats. Dash away, Civil going to be forced to flash, able to dodge out from that root, both the exhaust, the knockup from the vines. It's going to be enough. Verja able to pick up that one, but the root, Verja has to be a little bit careful. Going to pop the barrier on Metro's looking for something here. It's still the flash up for Verja. There's the root coming off Jake to make sure his ADC is able to get out alive, but still, Verja had to burn that flash. Flash out for Beg for Mercy as well, so no sums towards this bot side outside that heal for Beg for Mercy here. Civil falling it down, unfortunately, but still the wave state. Ooh, not in a too terrible position for them.
Yeah, not at all. That does equal out the kills 2-2. Now Final Boss kind of clawing it back. Again, still behind the major jungle objectives, but overall it is rather even. I do think that feature strengths are going to be a big thing for these two teams to fight for. High alert, I am expecting to see a little bit more presence from Deathmaster Pones here for the next minute or two, trying to secure that third kill so they can get that underway before it gets taken by Final Boss. Especially now that there's a couple minute timer, about a minute 40 until the next major objective, which is that second Drake to come through. So they have a little bit of time to try to secure a kill. That would also help with that Dragon Take, because I'm assuming Final Boss will just hand over the first 3 neutral objectives.
Yeah, Storm coming out from JDK. He thought Metro was going to take it to get out from the stud, but Metro decides against it. So a little bit of a mind manipulation play from Metro there, as Beg for Mercy, you got to be careful. He still has the jump over to Furja if he needs it. He's going to go ahead and use it and should be able to get out of this. There's the knock-up, though, with no flash. Only the heal. Used it, not going to matter. Feet of Warfare going over to High Alert there, and kill going over to Deathmaster Pones, as Metro looking for a trade onto JDK is down a level, but does have that item, and Metro is continuing to look. He's going to use his ultimate there. He decided to use it on himself, though, instead of throwing it onto JDK, and he's going to go in with the flash. JDK going to find the reaction time there, and Metro going to fall down there. A little bit of a brawl. Solo Bolo going over to JDK. That level difference might have been enough to actually save that play for JDK. As Tanti might have to be a little bit careful here. He should be fine. And is the Ornhorn going to be stunned up? As Civil with the snipe with the Super Mega Death Rocket. Tanti have to be careful of the Bellow Breath. One more auto is going to be forced to flash. Able to stun him on his own pillar. Tanti 2K absolutely outplaying King of Spades, using his own kit against him.
I mean, yeah, what an outrageous sequence of events. The kill in mid lane doesn't go Metro's way, gets secured. Honestly, probably would have fallen anyway. Jake was just around the corner on the other side of the bush, so it would have been a 1-for-1 if they'd even secured that kill. But then the downtown from Civil to secure that kill anyway, followed by that fight from Tanti up on the top side. It is a crazy
flash coming out from Jake. He missed out onto that route, but he is going to get the ultimate, knocking up Civil, as Beg for Mercy is now here, but Metro to the backline, doing a lot of damage onto Jake and Verja. But here's Tanti 2K with the TP, slamming the hammer right onto Civil. Deathmaster Pone trying his best, but it's just going to fall down. Metro all alone, but I think it's going to be them picking up another 300 gold there. High Alert find no one, and they lose all 4. Drake Wright should be going over to Final Boss.
Wow, and the balance of power swings once again. Final Boss with a huge play there. The Zyra ult comes up massive. Metro almost secures 2 kills. We do see that shot, the rocket coming out from spawn, but it is red and it is intercepted. Up on the top side, it looks like maybe 1 or 2 turret platings were taken, but Tanti's going to be back before that tower falls. So overall, that is just a really rough play. They go disastrously wrong for High Alert. The TPs were there. Everyone was playing in the right positions for Final Boss. That just meant what looked like it could have been a very fruititious fight ends up just going outrageously wrong, and they get collapsed in on. And now the gold lead is now firmly in favor of Final Boss. I believe that's like 1.4, 1.5 to a gold lead. Never mind the line, it's actually closer to a 2. But yeah, no, that does mean that the balance of power swings firmly in favor of Final Boss. They are now in the driver's seat, and they stopped them from getting the feature strength. So that's still something.
Jake is here. High Alert spotlight has to be careful. Gonna tag up Demelio and should just fall down. Jake picking up that one. Civil just throwing some artillery rockets over there, but Beg for Mercy, they didn't like them taking that control ward in that tri-bush, but when you don't know where the jungler is, you have to be a little bit careful, as Tanti is just bullying King of Spades at this point. Yeah, one more auto, he's got to be really careful. He doesn't have the Keeper's Verdict, so he's going to barely live out from that one, but King of Spades ended up falling down to the outplay that King of Spades almost. Oh, there's the Ornhorn to be called out, though. Tanti has to be careful, though. No flash, he might have went too far forward. Oh no, Tanti 2K! A little bit of a blunder there, giving over some shutdown gold over to King of Spades. And Beg for Mercy about to run right into Metro here. Metro gonna be looking for something here, is gonna root him up. Breakable shield is gonna fall down, and there's the ultimate. One more Q with the shield though from Lock. It might be enough. Jake is here. One more auto, there it is. Metro probably gonna fall down, but does pick one up instead. 2, and it's 1 for 1, but 1 for 2 technically in favor for High Alert because of that top play, but King of Spades almost got the solo kill onto Tanti before Tanti just turned it around on him using his own pillar for the stun. And then Tanti TP's down bot, gets 2 kills, and King of Spades is like, alright guys, I may have like gave him a kill, but like it was close. And I'm like, now I'm coming back with a 3-0-1 Poppy. And he was like, you know what, whatever, and just kills him under the tower as Tanti 2K went a little too far forward and begged for mercy. Unfortunately, classic support gets caught out while warding. They do get a trade back onto Metro, so it's not awful. Metros, though, will take all the kills he can get. As a TP coming out into the spot side, JDK is here. There's slow coming out. Civil, he's going to be forced to flash, but with the slow coming out, there's Verger on a killing spree, and Civil is just going to fall down. JDK picking up that one. Nice TP play coming out from Final Boss there.
Yeah, that was nice. The turret's very weak. Okay, the wave will be cleared. I was going to say that turret is a very juicy prize here for High Alert that would secure, you know, that first turret, which would get them the feats of strength, but doesn't even matter while they do fall on that bot side, which is still rough. That's not amazing for them. They do secure the Rift Herald in response, which does secure them the feats of strength. So they'll have those upgraded boots and a little bit of a buff early on. That will help close the gap a little bit, but gold-wise, as especially now that you know, some of these champions are completing their first items, a little bit of a delay from High Alert as they are about 2k gold lead behind, which is not amazing, but it's still very early in the game. 2K can very easily be made up, especially now that, you know, Baron is gonna be the next major thing available. Obviously, it's gonna be about 8 minutes away, but that's gonna be something that teams are looking for. That can easily close that gap with about 1.5k in gold. So, and also there's a lot of weak turns, so there's a lot of standing gold all around the map. But High Alert are gonna be a little bit slow on the draw here for these next couple of minutes.
Tanti again just walking up to King of Spades. With the Sundered Sky, it is a little bit of extra sustain here for Tanti, but Grass, King of Spades is enough to kind of maybe close that gap a little bit, and just the difference of resistance that he has with his passive from playing Ornn. Still though, Tanti should have the overall advantage here if he just plays smart there, is able to win out on to that trade. Nice steadfast presence to cancel out the wall dash from King of Spades. Jake has now gotten to a point where he is quite strong. If he lands his full combo onto Civil, Ethereal Ice, Metro, any of those 3 members, anyone should just fall down to that. Deathmaster Pellens can just kind of walk in without too much worry with the Crescent Strike to make sure he stays alive. But right now, Civil is still doing quite well for himself, so up 30 CS. But is going to have to try to stay alive in these fights to dish out as much damage as possible. And with Jake spawning up here, I don't think High Alert are really in a position to maybe try to contest this, especially since King of Spades is still into this top side. Tanti, even with TP, is going to be here first, and with the Keeper's Verdict, there's really no way to just safely play into this river fight. So yeah, they're just going to go in and head mid and take that free tower.
Yeah, they're going to try to get what they can. Rift Herald is going to be invested for it. There will be a little bit of interference, but I imagine it's still going to be landed
here. There's going to be a steadfast presence there, but there's the Onhorn being summed up there. The rock-up only going to go onto King of Spades. A lot of damage coming out, though. Jake about to fall down. Civil falls down as well, but the backline of Final Boss is just getting shredded by these 2 beefy boys. But here, Verger just shredding them down as soon as she turned right back. And Ethereal Ice, Metro is here, seeing if he can't find anything, but I don't think there's really an angle here. Gonna slow up Tanti. Tanti not able to find the damage or the knock or the stun up there. Metro able, having the flash outside from that W, was trying to do a little bit of trickery there to find something onto Tanti 2K. Not able to do it. Maybe if Ethereal Ice was a little bit closer, but still, it looked pretty good for High Alert there for a little bit. They had really just perfect backline assist there and was shredding the backline, but Verger wasn't really caught up in that big damaging vortex there, and she was just able to shred the front line, turn right back around, and shred the back line of Final Boss.
Yeah, and the problem is really starting to emerge. Like you said, Jake is already getting to a position where they can just kind of, maybe not one shot, but can almost remove anyone from a fight with their full combo on that Zyra. But that's not even the biggest threat. The 5, 2, and 4 Victor, and specifically this 5, 0, and 4 Yanara, they're very quickly becoming serious problems that have gone pretty much unchecked. Civil, like you said, is still doing pretty good, but is only ahead in CS while the kills are just being racked up by those two. That's a lot of extra gold in their pockets that is very difficult to make up, especially this early into the game. So do see maybe a little bit of overregression, but I think this will just be a wet noodle fight.
They're gonna continue to chase down Ethereal Eyes. Civil on his way. Metro a little bit on this flank, but Verja and Jake close by. Civil gonna be caught right over the wall. Knockout Bailey gonna miss on Ethereal Eyes. Deathmaster Prone trying his best to peel his support away. But with the E, not gonna be able to quite be enough from JDK, but back for Mercy, trying to chase him down. There's the Chaos Storm causing chaos. JDK on a rampage. Atacon just spawned into this bot side, and I'm pretty sure Final Boss is just going to pick that up while they're down here. Nice and convenient. JDK is not even needed to be there, and he's just going to be looking to pressure Metro away from even an attempt of trying going for a steal. As once again, Tanti, bowling King of Spades here, is going to pick up that shield. Keeper's Verdict wasn't able to quite find the cancel up there, so King of Spades able to find a little bit of equalize onto that trade, but still though, it's looking quite dire for a high alert. There's the ultimate coming out, and Metro just gonna fall down. Yeah, he's not having too good of a time right now. JDK only one level away from 16, getting that level 3 onto the Chaos Storm. It's really looking grim for high alert right now.
Yeah, and honestly, it does feel really down to the targeting from Final Boss. I mean, obviously, King of Spades is having a rough time of it up on the top side, but that top side, besides Taunti's roams, have not been too influential. Right now, in these big team fights, it is so clear that Final Boss are just foregoing that jungle and top side pairing. I mean, we saw them just ignore the two dive into the back that Orange and Zhao and just go for the entirety of the back line of high alert, and you can see that in the deaths. 6 deaths for Metro, 5 deaths for Civil. They're just not allowing those hyper carries to really get a footing in this game at all, which is making it difficult for high alert to kind of build themselves back into this game. That's why we're starting to see these team fights be a little bit more and more one-sided, and more of these fights for major objectives just not go their way. I hope that we start seeing some skirmishing. This is like the go-to method of how to get back into the game. We need to start seeing some pack mentality, taking 2v1s, 3v1s, because very clearly these 5v4s, 4v4s, 5v5s, these more even fights are just not going high alert's way. They need to start getting some kills onto their big carries, and you're not going to get them in those equal fights. So skirmishing, playing for those overwhelming tactics, that's the way the high alert can get back into this game.
And, excuse me, we do see the rallies being finished up from Jake. It is double Neosy large rods for JDK. He's almost to that Rabadon's Jake. We'll see if they can't find maybe some type of an over-aggressiveness push from Jake here, as it's going to be jumped on from Deathmaster Phones. It is going to be knocked up. There's the ultimate coming out from the Zinzao to make sure he stays alive. Ultimate also from Ethereal Eyes, back for Mercy. About to fall down. There's the ult, going to be able to pick it up. JDK going to be the target. Metro's looking for him, but is going to have to use R instead. Jake about to fall down. There goes JDK. Tanti's out here. Falling down is Verja as well. It is a 2v4. Tanti forced to flash. Jake has this fight coming up in a few seconds here. Can he buy enough time for it? Metro gonna be slowed up from that rallies. He's not done quite yet. Maybe looking for a little bit more. There is no tower there. Jake is definitely gonna go over to high alert here. And what is this? A swing back in high alert's favor as Final Boss just went a little too aggressive onto the bot side jungle. That's not their jungle. They just don't have the tools enough or the vision to really see all that what I would say high alert was looking for there. Well, I say that, but they do have enough vision there to see where Metro is. I'm actually a little bit surprised there. They actually do have quite a bit of vision. They just decided that maybe it wasn't a threat from high alert because they were just so far ahead, and that it seemed like it was ultimately their downfall.
Yeah, a little bit of overextension is the death of them, and the very scary thing there is, even though it wasn't a skirmish, all of the big names that needed kills got the kills there. Metro got 1, Civil got 2. So that's a lot of extra gold into the pockets of their carries, which they desperately needed. It is not going to be a full swing back into favor. It does equalize the gold a little bit more. It shrinks from about 3 to about a 1k gold lead. But very notably, they have lost a lot of turrets, and like you said, there's a lot of vision for Final Boss in High Alert's jungle right now, which is making it very difficult for High Alert to function in there. So it is still high pressure for High Alert. They've definitely not dragged themselves out of the hole that they dug for themselves yet, but they are definitely on the up now.
Yeah, it's also things like that where it's a big like a motivation booster when you're down so much kills. A flash coming out from Jake, gonna miss on Civil, and Flash gonna be forced on ethereal ice, but that's a flash trade for the support from High Alert for the jungle for final boss. You definitely take that, as they are going to steal away the blue buff, so it's definitely still going to be a little bit of a win for final boss, but still, Jake looking for something onto Civil, not able to quite find that route with the vines, so Civil gets out alive, flash down for Jake, and we'll see if High Alert can take advantage of that, because very low mobility jungler, and without that Zonia's or stopwatch, there's really no way for him to live if Metro and Deathmaster and King of Spades just kind of dive onto him.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, the ultimate's not available, so if they go hunting, they would have the clear advantage. Baron is up. I don't think it's something to play for, but if they do find the kill on Zyra, that would be an option for them. That would absolutely help them out here. Does look like they tried to see Zyra there, but unfortunately Zyra got away from them, which does open up possible Baron.
They're looking for something here.
Oh,
yep, he's gonna be knocked up. He has no flash. He does have the Keeper's Verdict, though, and there it is. Able to keep him alive there. Nice. I mean, nice, well done from him. I mean, King of Spades and Deathmaster opponents definitely should have not, you know, grouped up there. That's really the only way they are able to pick up that kill, try to split up, and hope that the other person can take out the rest of Tonto 2K's HP bar, but he is still alive here. Winter also completely finished up here, so he's going to be very hard to kill into these team fights, especially once he gets that third item. Right now, he is just pretty much all HP and just basic attack stats with that Sundered Sky, but with the Aegis of Legion, Ruby Crystal being picked up here, it looks like most likely he's going to go for an Unending Despair. And once he gets that, it's going to be quite difficult for him to fall down in these team fights. But still, the ultimate's coming online for High Alert. 1,000 gold per completed item, and that's currently 2 there. And with the gold practically being evened up, only down about 700 to final boss, technically per stats, High Alert is technically ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, I completely forgot about the ornaments. And actually, I think there's 3 there. I think top jungle and ADC all have 1 apiece. So that's actually quite a bit of extra gold and quite a bit of extra boost and stats for all of them as well. That should help them out quite a bit. And it's only going to get even more beneficial as the game continues, because they'll be able to get even more onto the rest of the team. So that's going to be something to keep an eye on here, and is going to help level this out quite a bit. Possible fight here, as it is a full 5-man from final boss onto that mid lane, but it is just going to be used to secure a tower, and they're going to back away. And now, possible ARAM situation, 5v5, all sitting in the mid lane.
Yeah, soul point for both these teams coming up here, so both High Alert and Final Boss are wanting to pick this up here, as High Alert have to be a little bit careful. They do have a little less range than Final Boss. They don't want to get poked out, and they are going to concede over the pit priority to Final Boss, equalizing that mid wave instead here. So High Alert are going to have first dibs onto this mid wave. Final Boss aren't ready and willing to give that up quite yet, so they're going to push them off of it. And right now, it's less about getting the priority on the Drake itself and starting it, and possibly looking for a team fight before it even starts. As High Alert, they're being quite cautious. Beg for Mercy is just trying to find any type of angle, but it's all spooky in there. Final Boss have no vision, so they don't know exactly what they're dealing with here. They're just going to have to try their best to throw out as many spells as possible. But going on to Deathmaster Pones, he'll eat that up any day of the week. Metro fishing around for his dash, not able to quite find anything just yet. Fernal is now spawned up. That's soul point for either team. Jake is now going to be walking over, so it is currently a 5v4. We'll see if High Alert are going to try to do anything while that's happening. Verja also walking away. It's currently a 5v3. High Alert have to pull the trigger now, or it's going to be too late.
They don't know if they're going to be sitting in the bush, though. They also do not have vision. Drake is whittling down here. I don't think they're going to be able to secure it, but they might be able to pick it to pieces.
Yep, JDK forced to flash away from that, and they're just going to be focusing right onto King of Spades. Keeper Verdicts push Civil away. This Ornn is so damn tanky, but he should fall down here. Verja able to pick up that one. And now it's about the numbers game here. Baron is up. Final Boss possibly looking for something here. King of Spades is down. He does have the TP. No ultimate onto the Braum. No ultimate on to the Poppy or the Yunara as well. And there's still plenty of resources on High Alert side. So I don't think Final Boss are going to go fully commit to it yet, as Deathmaster Prones is still around looking for maybe something. Right now, it seems like it's just a dead play for both sides, and it's just going to be back to farming.
Yeah, absolutely. Jake is also very close to getting flashback, so that potential before, especially during that last fight where it was still not up, that is gone. So a little bit of a reset having the feed come out here from high alerts as they've lost what advantages they did have. King of Spades just now getting that reset out. Again, Baron is up, so that is a potential. I thought there was a possibility that they were going to trade that Drake for the Baron, but instead, they try to go for it, but they're a little bit too slow on the draw, and they kind of just lose that fight out and out. Across the map, though, the game state has not changed all that much. 3 turrets down for both sides. All tier 1s on the map have been lost across the board. No one has yet to secure a tier 2, but I do think a little bit of damage has been done to that bot side blue tier 2. So, never mind. I'm going crazy, or I didn't see the map correctly. So, no, not a lot of damage done to any of the tier 2s. So as we are kind of in this lull, there's no reason to fight yet. No one clearly wants to go for Baron, at least not evidently. I imagine we're going to see a little bit of a slower pace of this game as maybe they try to take a few advantages, maybe do what they can to secure a turret or two from both of these teams.
Yep, it is still final boss with a lot of pressure into this top side with a lot of good vision as well. Trying to just deny as many resources from high alert as they can. As, I mean, the gold lead isn't as much as you would expect considering the map state that final boss is currently in, only 3k. You'd expect it maybe to be a little bit more considering they're up 10 kills and just so much just around the map, but they still have 2 Drakes, still had all 3 of the Grubbies, and they're equalized on towers 3-3, so it's not a whole lot outside of just kills, and with the shutdowns that High Alert did collect, it's not as much as you would think. Still though, Final Boss are still well within control of this game, but you can tell just based off how they're playing, they aren't getting too complacent. They aren't just saying we can just full send it, because last time they did that, that's how they kind of gave a little bit of a lead back to High Alert in this bot side jungle. So Final Boss trying to play a little bit more safe here, trying to make sure it's a guarantee that they take this game number 1.
Yeah, absolutely. As we do start seeing some pings coming out for that Baron, I think High Alert may be suspicious that it is being secured by Final Boss. Maybe a little bit of a trick play there, but it does come to show just how much vision control Final Boss have on that top side. It is taking multiple people to clear out the wards that are in the high alert jungle. They do drop a blue ward down just to confirm that no one's taking it. It does look like the dragon is going to be the big thing to fight for. It is Infernal Soul. That's a lot of extra damage coming out if the soul is secured, especially seeing as both teams split the first 2. 3 Infernal Drakes is a lot of damage boosting for both these teams. So both these teams won it, either denying the soul point or securing the soul here. So neither team's willing to lose a fight on the Baron pit. So nothing being secured there, as we do see those wards that all were just cleared out down on the top side are now being placed down on the bot side from Final Boss. It's just so much vision has been secured.
This is one thing to look at for Final Boss that is a little bit of a detriment with the Nara being picked here. Obviously, still does a lot of 80 damage, but a lot of her damage still comes in the form of on-hit magic damage and just magic damage throughout her abilities, and her passive that just gives her free magic damage on crit. And when you have a Zyra and also I was about to say Azir there, don't know why. But with the Victor into this mid lane, that has a lot of AP damage that Final Boss has, and you can see the Maul Mortius completed on Deathmaster opponents. King of Spades also went to Hollow Radiance instead of that Sunfire Cape. But still, you just see quite a bit of damage as Red Letters is being used up. There's the Call of the Forge God, is going to go right onto JDK. He does have the flash up, but he's just going to fall down maybe here. There's a flash coming out, though, with the shields. It's going crazy. Civil doing a lot of damage, but so is Verja here. Theo Ike wasn't even part of that fight, but did fall down because of the Keeper's Verdict. But Deathmaster Bones doing so much, healing so much. Xin Zhao Gaming, double kill onto Metro, make that a triple with a shutdown. High alert, win it on that team fight, and still have 3 left alive.
I thought that was final bosses. I will not lie, especially once Ethereal Ice got sent away to Oblivion. I mean, no healing on any of those big carries. Just, I thought that meant was game over before the game had ever really even started. But the big swing back, Death Master Pwn securing those kills there is huge. That secures them Soul Point. That secures them the third Drake. That's also the mid-tier 1. So now, even more so than High Alert, that jungle was cracked open for final boss. If they take this time, they go reset. They also got all of the bounties on everyone left from final boss after that last fight that didn't go their way. What residual bounties were left? So what was about a 3k gold lead for final boss has crumbled. It's now they're behind by about, what is that, quick math, 600 gold. So the gold lead now in favor of High Alert, but that's also not taking into account, again, those ornaments. That's thousands of golds worth of stats that are not tracked in the gold counter. So High Alert, while the gold lead is now very small and is swung into their favor, it's actually even more than it appears to be.
Yeah, and that was the biggest thing I was kind of talking about with the whole damage dispersion that Final Boss has. Deathmaster Pwns is Thanos right now, right? Like, with that Mala Marmortius, like, he is so damn strong, and with the upgraded boots as well from Merc Treads, which, by the way, even more extra stats just from getting the feat, so there's a little extra hidden gold as well, but he just has so much to keep him alive. And yeah, I mean, Civil did end up falling down to Versia. Versia just deleted him, but it doesn't matter. You use the flash to go after it as final boss. I mean, they might just be able to pick this up. There's the blue word coming out, and they're now walking over. But again, Final Alert, sleep at the wheel here. Even with the Super Mega Death Rocket, it's not enough. You gotta keep vision onto that Drake, especially when you're facing a Zyra. But there's Keeper's Verdict coming out. Can he land it on Civil? Yes, he can. That's a half HP Poppy. But that's a consolation prize, realistically, over Final Boss picking up this Baron.
Yeah, and off that, I will say all 5 ornaments have been made, so that is going to be a big thing. Everyone now has a little bit of extra stat boost, but that Baron steal, I don't even want to call it a steal. It was just kind of taken from under High Alert's nose. The fact that it took that long for them to figure out that they had no vision there and they had no vision on anyone else, it's just a little bit too late. And with that Baron, they won't have it up for the next Drake fight, but it is going to give them a massive advantage for the next couple of minutes that will help set up for that future fight. So it won't be, actual stats for the fight, but it could make life a little bit difficult, especially if they try to push on this advantage and secure maybe a turret or two.
Metro getting pretty close to that Rabadons as well. If he's able to pick that up before this next Drake fight, which I assume he would be able to, 2 minutes should be plenty of time for him to be able to pick that up. Once that happens, that is Lissandra going into that backline. If he lands on one of your squishy targets, that's kind of over with. I mean, Lissandra at a certain stage can just do a lot of damage. King of Spades, though, is going to be chased down here. Going to be slowed up. Couple more autos with the tag, and he will be stunned up. Looking for something with the Ornor. JDK about to fall down. Going to fall down. Civil will be able to pick up that one. There's a double kill going over. Triple kill. Can he pick up 4? He's looking for the Penta here as Jake being forced to run away. There's Fox coming out, and there's going to be a slow wobble auto. There it is. Oh, no. He's going to go golden, but what a golden opportunity for Civil. Picking up 5. Shredding a Final Boss Esports. High Alert, that should be it for this game. Picking up game number 1 against the first seed here. This is what they wanted. The momentum shift here, making a hell of a statement here. Civil, though, most definitely picking up 5 kills in that team fight. Well done, baiting from the over-aggressiveness from King of Spades. High Alert, take game number 1 against Final Boss Esports.
Call an ambulance, but not for them. Down 4k gold early on means nothing when Civil is on the field, because at any moment that man can just go absolutely nuclear. That is the second pentakill, by the way, I think in 2 weeks. I think we had one last week as well. I can't remember if it was last week or the week before, and I think it's the first 2 of the entire split. So really coming down to the wire to show off the skills. But man, that is an insane play. The timers just are not in Final Boss's favor. Neither was the wave. The wave hit perfectly. If they didn't have a wave there, I could see how there was a possibility. I don't think they were strong enough late enough into the game to just tank some of those turrets. But man, it just seemed like everything lined up for high alert there at the very end, and those ornaments were massive. I mean, they were getting stomped earlier in the game. They lost one team fight 5-5, and they didn't lose Final Boss didn't lose a single member. Like they just had control of the wheel that entire game, and Final Boss wasn't even playing badly. They were doing their job. They had Baron for that fight, for God's sakes. And it didn't matter. Those ornaments, that extra stat just was a huge difference maker. They were able to pull back the kills, get the items on their big carries, and in the end, it was the long con. The Jinx hyper carry, the Jinx hyper scaler came out to play.
Yeah, and the biggest thing there is that, as I was saying, King of Spades was a little too far forward. He was looking for a knockup from his pillar, and he was able to quite find it. And then once that happened, he was getting slowed up from the Yunari, got tagged by the Braum as well, and he was kind of being chased down. And of course, the final boss's eye is like, he's so far forward, like, if we can kill him, that's one of their tanky front lines out. And then, like, it's a numbers advantage at that stage of the game when it comes to late game is huge. But you also got to remember that, Xin Zhao can engage quite easily, even from distance. Jinx with Milio has the extra range with the rockets and has scaled up to, almost full items. There was 100% crit, was sitting on the Vamp Scepter for the Bloodthirster. And then you have Metro, which, by the way, cannot be canceled out by the Poppy because her E isn't a dash. It's technically a blink/teleport. That you can't be grounded from it. It cannot be canceled out. She just appears out of nowhere. And like I said, with Metro at that stage of the game, I didn't know if he quite had Rabadons there or not, but it didn't matter. Even with just those two large rods, and with the rest of his build, he goes in there and just kind of was like, all right, I'm just gonna snare everyone. I'm gonna get a Q off. I'm gonna ult myself or ult one of the enemies. And it's like, that's a lot of AoE damage. You follow that up with a Jinx with a melee. You follow that up with a Xin Zhao just completely splitting your team fight. I mean, it was perfect for high alert. They just expertly, baited them in with this, big tantalizing meat that is Ornn. And they went for the bait, and they just went too much tunnel vision on it, and the rest of High Alert kind of collapsed all around and just one-shotted the carries. They got JDK extremely early on, and then once JDK is down, a lot of your, damage in general for this comp regardless is very much burst-oriented. Victor late game does have good, cooldowns to be able to actually have good longevity in the team fights. But Zyra, very burst oriented. Yunara, I will say, isn't burst oriented. She does have really good sustain, but in that type of team fight where it's kind of all split up and a lot of it was focused on a tank, it's not really much you can do. So, well done from High Alert, honestly.
I mean, yeah, massive comeback from them. Final boss, definitely. I'm assuming they need some sort of mental reset because that's going to be a really tough mental hit of a loss. So we are going to send it to a quick break where I'll get a lot of players, use the bathroom, get some water, get their heads back on straight, and we'll be back with game number 2 in just a couple of minutes.
All right, everybody, welcome back to game number 2 between Final Boss and High Alert. High Alert was able to take game number 1 here in this best of 5 finals. Final Boss going to be electing to go over to the blue side for their second game. So High Alert is going to be stuck onto this red side here. I would say a little bit of a surprise to see Final Boss take the red side from the first game. But obviously, I think they might be regretting that a little bit. I feel like blue side just tends to be a little bit more consistent. And it's also something that High Alert was comfortable on facing Flannel since they played blue side 3 out of 4 of their games last week. So High Alert now on the red side here. We'll see if they can take that counter pick and actually do something quite great with it. Final Boss tried it with the Victor. Looked like it was going well, but didn't end up
It
quite
was for a
being
little bit.
enough for what they needed here.
Yeah. And to give them credit, Final Boss, statistically, you know me, I'm a big stats guy. They are pretty heavily favored on the red side. They actually this is just the regular season, so not playoffs. But they had almost a 90% win rate on the red side. So they were also a very dominant team, so those stats may be a little skewed. So take that into account, but that's still an abnormally high win percentage on the red. So maybe they were hoping they could go back to that, but also that is a very similar situation for High Alert. High Alert, I think we're sitting at like a 70, which is still also abnormally high, just not quite. So both sides, I think, have a little bit better red side potential, but both have a good blue. So it's just going to be a matter of time to see how it all plays out. We do get into the ban wave here, and we are immediately seeing a little bit of a change. Obviously, that Akali, expect that Akali to be sitting on that first ban the entire series. As long as Metro's in the pool, is in the player base, never going to be given the Akali. I think we saw them get Akali once, and they dominated. They just swept house. So I don't think we're ever going to see that come out again. But we do immediately see a change up. Nami, I believe it was a J4. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. I was going to say I think it was a J4 ban instead of Nami, and it's because Final Boss now on the blue side want that J4, so they forego it. They still ban out that Volley Bear. The bans all stay the same, with the exception. Actually, no. I think it's all mid laner bans. High Alert do not want JDK to have their pick, which makes me question what Metro is going to be rocking because the pools are a little similar. And that's a big narrow down for that mid lane pool.
Yeah, I am expecting the probably. Well, I don't know. It kind of depends on kind of how you want to play the counter matchup here, because if you could pick Metro's mid laner here onto the R3 pick, excuse me, before you can get the second rotation bans out, which could be what High Alert's looking for. Because with 3 bans onto High Alert side, 1 ban onto the Final Boss side, I will say Kali and Ari, both champions that Metro do pilot, I would say, pretty well. The Aurora and the Cassiopeia isn't something you see all too often from Metro. I do believe we did see him play Cassiopeia, I think, a couple
Yeah.
of times. But I will say, in general, it is still the Ari and the Akali both being taken out. The fact that Lissandra was taken out, Victor was also taken out from the last game because of Fearless. We do see the Annie being picked up here, so that's actually a little interesting. So I feel like Final Boss's outlook is, okay, we don't want them to ban any more of JDK's champions, so we're going to pick the
Yeah.
mid laner now. Of course, it maybe could be a support Annie, but it's not really something you really see all that often. I do kind of expect this to go into the mid lane here, which will just allow Metro to definitely pick his champion now without even having to worry about the counter matchup, period. And if they really wanted to, they have support counter here for High Alert. They can pick top side next, which I wouldn't expect them to not to do, because I mean, King of Spades, not that he didn't do terribly that game, right? But I would still expect you want to put a lot more, I would say, pressure and prio towards this boss side with Ethereal Ice, because Civil has been playing so well, so well. And giving that
Yeah.
support counter pick is so huge. So I expect Tyler to pick their top laner here.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think it's kind of crazy picking up the Annie so early. Obviously, it gives the opportunity to whittle that pool down, but that gives 2 very clear counter picks over 2 High Alert. And I was thinking, I was like, what could High Alert be thinking? I was like, you know what, Metro's got that fizz. If they pick early here and it's a squishy champion, low mobility, that is just prime
J4 as
fizz bait
well.
for you.
Fizz
Yeah,
does find it to J4 too, so it's definitely perfect. No gap close on the Annie, no gap close on the MF either. I mean, Fizz loves this
yeah.
matchup so far.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's gonna be huge. And like you said, I am also assuming this is gonna be a King of Spades pick. I would not be surprised if they go, we're just gonna try to keep it neutral. This does feel like a prime spot, like very similar. Like we saw them operate the Orin. It was very clearly gonna be the weak side, a champion that even if you do bad, you could still have a big impact later in the game, i.e., those ornaments. So
Oh.
I would expect, maybe not. They
Maybe
are going to try to
maybe
go.
they're wanting to pick it away. Maybe that's kind of what they're thinking as well. They're wanting to pick the Morgana away because Morgana into Fizz, Ashe, Trundle does do quite well.
That's fair.
Obviously the Black Shield into the Ashe arrow and the Black Shield into just the Fizz composition. And honestly, I mean, if it does end up being a blitz and it didn't even end up mattering that Morgana didn't get the counter pick because Morgana counters that anyway. So right now the
Yeah.
Morgana pick is a safe pick too. Oh, Morgana is
Okay.
Lulu. Oh, okay. Well, that completely changes that entire narrative
Yeah.
there.
Okay. Yeah.
Um,
So I think that
still,
is
still a
good. I
strong
think it's,
pick.
yeah, especially with Ash. I feel like that is a strong pick that does amplify Ash a little bit. Not typically seen as like a big hyperscaler, so I do think the Lulu helps. But I definitely actually think I agree with you. The Morgana, it's not a Blitzcrank, so I don't know if it's as good as it was gonna be now that it's Cho'Gath and Maokai. But I definitely think there was potential there. But I think Lulu was a bit more of a stable pickup at least.
Yeah, and I'm still here kind of thinking like, okay, maybe you want to pick the way the Lulu because it's a J4, right? And you don't want J4 to just jump in with
Yeah.
the wild growth. But Lulu with the MF doesn't pair nearly as strong, I would say,
Okay.
as other options that Final Boss had. The Mordekaiser though is gonna be picked up from higher alert, so it definitely seems like that they wanted to throw King of Spades and more of a strong top side pick here. So we're gonna have to see if that ends up becoming, quite a strong idea for them here. It's not that King of Spades did bad into Tanti, right? I mean, yeah, Tanti was 301, but only one of those, you know, deaths was on King of Spades. And it was a very close kill on top of that. It was that outplay from Tanti. It was like a difference between one auto. It's
Oh yeah.
not like he did bad that game into the laning phase. So we'll have to see if King of Spades can really just kind of smash in this lane, maybe hold Prio over Tanti 2K. Because if he can do that, then I mean, this is definitely going to be a worthwhile pick.
Yeah, and I think this is actually a very similar case. I think the phase absolutely becomes, I don't want to say it's a question mark, but it's definitely the high variation champion here. It's very clearly not like one of the meta picks, but is operated by someone who knows how to play Fizz well. So they're either probably going to get a lot of value out of it or not a lot of value, depending on how that early game goes. Very similar to the Zyra. Um, but I think both of these team compositions are pretty solid. Again, another set of compositions that don't have anything that they're like clearly lacking. I think there's engage from both of these sides from multiple champions. I think there's pressure front to back. There's also a little bit of dive for both. I think they're all pretty well rounded, which means they can adapt to the situation, which I really appreciate. And the fact that we've had four really solid comps come out in the first two games just tells me that we are going at minimum gonna have a crazy game three, and if we get to games 4 and 5, some of the compositions are gonna be wild because a lot of the big name picks are being secured so early on into this BO5.
To see if maybe Metro can, his hyper aggressiveness can really pay off into this game. As the Annie as a target also does have, I would say in general, this bot side. Maokai, it depends kind of what Maokai wants to build here. But I mean, if Maokai ends up going for maybe more of like a hybrid and wants to pick up something like a Leandre, is definitely a target for this Fizz too. But I feel like no matter what, you have no gap close ability on both your mid and your ADC here. And with the Lulu and Trundle just kind of be thrown into here, it's going to be really hard to kind of track this Fizz and make sure that he cannot just get free access to your backline. Because even if you kind of throw all your resources to try to peel him off, you still have to deal with a, spacing Ashe from Civil, who has shown to just be this absolute, unit of an ADC And then, you have to worry about Mordekaiser being like, okay, well, one of you just don't get to play in this team fight, making it a 4v4, which is, going to be huge for High Alert. And then Trundle, I mean, who's going to have the damage to kill him when he gets the subjugation off? And especially if maybe he can get the subjugation off on a target that gets ulted by the Mordekaiser right before it happens to maybe just win a quick fight into the death realm with King of Spades. I mean, there's so many opportunities for High Alert to kind of like play this game while it's really, really reactive, even with the J4 pick from Final Boss, because there's just so much tools and utility that High Alert are holding on to right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I do think I agree with you. I think I am leaning high alerts composition here. That being said, obviously that J4 I think is going to be the big thing. That was a pull out a ban into a first pick, B1 pick for final boss. So I'm hoping they get a lot of value out of it because they completely altered strategy to secure it. So I definitely think that there is some high potential from both these teams. But that being said, we are going to be kicking it on over to a brief intermission. Let that spectator delay work itself out, and we'll be back into game number 2 of the grand finals here in just a couple of minutes.
for both the mid laners.
They spotted them going in. The reason I started chuckling is I was thinking in my head, "Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't." As they were like just all of them going through mid lane into the to the bush. I don't know what happened there. I don't know if they just weren't paying attention, but that is going to be the first kill going over immediately to final boss. That is going to be a massive boon from them. That's going to get them into a pretty good position. And of course, Vergia on this misfortune is the one to get the kill. So getting onto the ADC is practically the best outcome that could have happened there. Metro should still be in a pretty good position. Again, he should have a favorable matchup here. Maybe not in the immediate couple first minutes, just because it is a ranged matchup versus a melee. But once you get to that level 3, 4, the 6, it's going to definitely go farther and farther into this Fizz's favor. So it should not be end of the world, but definitely not a great start for Harlow.
It was still a flash trade, and it is between the mid laners, so it's like it's just equalizing those summoners. And since JDK didn't pick up the kill, he doesn't have a little bit extra lane pressure. So Metro is still going to be able to lane quite like simply here, and it is no item advantage to Berger quite yet, especially since First Blood Gold doesn't give you any extra. It's still just a basic 300, unless you do have the Treasure Hunter there, but I don't think Berger picked that up this game, so it is just going to be an extra 300 gold back for Verja. But in general, I mean, it sucks, but it really is up to Final Boss to make something out of it.
Yeah, absolutely. As we do see just about halfway finished for the first clears. JDK is actually in a bit of a rough spot. But the first clears, or half of clears, are going to be completed by junglers. Actually, looks like both are going to forego the second half of their clear.
Ooh, the flash knockup not going to be there from Jake. Jake was really trying to help out JDK here. Deathmaster Prones is kind of walling around. JDK, remember, has no flash, and Deathmaster Prones does. And without the stun being up, Deathmaster Prones is just going to be looking for it. There's the pillar on the arm side, and right side, my bad, and Deathmaster Prone's able to pick up that one. I mean, that's textbook Trundle, and with no flash, I mean, it's just not easy.
Absolutely, and it doesn't even cost them anything because his opponent did the exact same thing but unsuccessfully. So both of them are going to have a little bit of a delayed second half to their clear. They're going on opposite sides, so it doesn't even matter, you know, which scuttle is secured because they were going to trade them anyway. That's huge. This looks like Jake's going back in.
Yep, and half HP on the JDK, but with Jake here, it doesn't matter. I'm surprised Metro did that much damage with just a D-ring, though. I'm not gonna lie. Metro does fall down, unfortunately. I'm a little surprised. So I thought he was actually able to bait out the stacks from the stun from JDK, but I guess since the Q got canceled before it fully went out, it actually did not stop that stun from being used out from the W following up. So a little bit of an interesting interaction. I thought he was actually, you know, able to fully fizzle that out, but I guess Riot disagrees there.
Yep, just a little bit. Hey, small indie development company, gotta give them some grace. But that being said, the jungle's a very chaotic start for them, but just now finishing up the clears. They're both sitting on that top side, so makes me think we might see a little bit of interference, much like we saw in mid lane, but now up on the top side. This bottom lane has been kind of left to deal with its own issues. Left to their own devices, you could say, and it has been rather even, sitting at the exact same CS, neither behind in levels, and waves really haven't been able to be crashed in, so no CS has been lost. So expect this bottom lane to continue at this rate, seeing as we've seen no signs that, you know, either the junglers are expecting or wanting to put pressure down the spot line. I would not be surprised if these two ADCs are just kind of left to their own devices to just scale and scale and scale to become real big problems in the mid game.
But you don't want to give Civil too long to scale, because we saw what happened when you actually give Civil the time to get some items in that first game. Ends up just getting a pentakill in a late game teamfight to close out the game. Beg for Mercy. Gonna spot out that ward. Civil and Ethereal Eye is trying to buy a little bit of pressure, but Jake is into the spot side. They want to be a little bit careful here. Don't want to give out any lead over to the spot side, especially seeing how it is a MF. MF definitely quite scary. We've seen multiple iterations of that almost and actually carrying teams in a 1v5 setting. So Verja, she can get these bullet times off very perfectly. It's going to be a lot of disastrous for High Alert.
Yeah, absolutely. As you do see some of the first resets come out across the board, so items are being secured. I think item advantage jungle-wise is starting in favor of Deathmaster Pones. Both, though, sitting at 1-0-0 junglers, now having to back off a little bit as their laners are pulling out the resets, getting their items. So not able to have quite as much impact, especially as the first set of objectives are going to be coming through. Trundle already sitting on the Dragon Pit. It does look like it's going to be the Infernal Drake up first. And it is going to be started. And it looks like it might be taken without too much.
There's the flash answer from Metro. One auto. The stun's not going to be there. There it is. JDK outplaying Metro. Metro just not doing quite enough damage for that kill there. It was close. It was very much close. He actually did get the flash from JDK. And again, this is typical Metro, very hyper-aggressive player. I would have probably just taken that flash and looked for a repeat on your next ultimate, or just looking prio from your jungler with Deathmaster Pones. But, you know, Metro, he likes to get these leads as early as possible into these 1v1s. Unfortunately, it tends to be a bit of a roller coaster with them. I would say about 50-50. 50% of the time it works out, 50% of the time it doesn't.
Yeah, this time it's looking more and more like it's not going to be 0-3 to start out. Actually, he's responsible for all 3 deaths for his team. That is also the feat of Warfare secured by Final Boss, which is a little early, but overall it's not the end of the world. Obviously, turrets are way too early to determine who's going to get the first turret. And the first major objective did go over to High Alert, so they're in the lead for that one. It's just a little early for that feat of Warfare to get picked up, but it's not crazy. But you would imagine High Alert, because they're already down one of the feats of strength, are going to put a little bit more priority into the other one. So I would expect there to be a bit of a scuffle, and it looks like it will be, for these grubs.
And that was a Chomp to choose for Tanti, so that's an ultimate already expended, and that's Jake going to be knocked up with the Chomp from the ultimate there, and there's a stun going on Deathmaster. He's taking a lot of damage, but there's a stun going right onto JDK, and he has no flash, but there's a Cataclysm, and Metro's trying to do his best. Jake is taking quite low. King of Spades did take JDK to the death realm, but caught on the wrong side, being forced to flash. Theo Ice is here, but so is Beg for Mercy. And it just was a little bit of a scattered fight from High Alert. They didn't call out their targets correctly. And it was just, you know, easy pickings for Final Boss. As Verja Civil going to go for a little bit of a fight here. Civil treading into that HP bar. But yep, that's going to be Grubby's fully going over to Final Boss.
Final Boss played that so well. Not just the fight, but the actual grub take to start that off. They go in, they secure the first grub, which secures them the fact that they will not be able to get the major objective count, High Alert, if they were to go and take the other 2. But it does still give the possibility of giving them the buff, but stealing away the possibility to get that major jungle objective. It means they cannot advance forward with the feat of strength, so that is really good. They go back, they end up winning that fight, and in the end, they're able to get all 3 anyway, so no harm, no foul, and they get everything that they wanted plus more. So that's actually a huge play for Final Boss. 4-1 now the count, gold lead, about a 1.5, 1.1, or excuse me, 1.6k gold lead now in favor of Final Boss early on.
Yeah, Metro, although he does have 3 deaths, is still up about 20 CS onto JDK. So that gold difference, honestly, not too bad for him. And he's still a mage assassin, and one that not many people really, I will say, understand the damage numbers for as much, just because it's not really played all that often. So Metro not in a horrible spot into JDK specifically, just because if JDK does end up just walking a little too far forward, especially without flash, and Metro lands that shark, it's going to be quite a bit of damage being traded over. Metro did not go Ignite, and that's something he usually likes piloting onto the biz. Ended up going for the TP here for a little bit more of that mid-late game map pressure. So that definitely has costed him that kill into that mid lane, I will say, but still, in general, it's not a horrible game state for High Alert, but Final Boss is still just a little bit in the driver's seat with that 1k gold lead.
Yeah, and I mean, to be completely honest, I mean, we saw them have a pretty early lead also. I mean, I think technically High Alert got the Field of Warfare last time around, but it was still a pretty close affair, and Final Boss had a better
Okay,
lead.
there's the flash coming out. Flash from Ethereal Ice to make sure he stays alive. Flash coming out from Verja, though. And Civil's just going in, shredding. Spacing maybe a little too far back here. Jake is now running down to the spot side. Deathmaster Phones is here for Taunty 2K. And there's a subjugation coming out. He doesn't have the flash. The pillar is true. Deathmaster Phones being able to pick up that one. Jake is now here with the Cataclysm, not able to find that flash, but he's going to be able to find Ethereal Ice. Beg for Mercy taken quite low. Civil looking for a trade kill, but it's not going to be enough. Double kill going over to Jake as Civil and Ethereal Ice stayed a little too long.
Yeah, a bit of a battle of the junglers right now. 3-0-1 and 2-1-0, both making big plays across the map from each other, top and bottom lane. So I will say losing a death on Civil there is a little rough. They will not be the end of the world. The reset does have to come through, so they're not going to be behind on CS, or at least not majorly behind on CS there. But a little bit of extra gold into the pocket of that misfortune, get them a little bit of a lead in this lane, could be a big difference maker, especially as that's the first time we've really seen Final Boss or High Alert have a say in how this mid lane gets, or excuse me, this bottom lane gets fought out. So it's been pretty quiet there. That might be an indicator that Final Boss go, okay, now that we've kind of gotten control elsewhere around the Rift, it's time to actually win out this bottom lane.
Yep, and now High Alert's looking for this. It's all 5 members here. TP coming out from this Cho'Gath. It's no ultimate for Jake, though, and no bullet time either. So High Alert is looking to maybe take advantage of that, and it's going to go over to Deathmaster Pones. That's a lot of damage going onto him, and that's going to be JDK being eaten up by that shark. Flash over from Metro to be able to pick up that one. Taunty 2K getting eaten, or being able to eat up King of Spades. Civil flashing away from Jake here, and that's going to be Ralgo hitting onto 3, but it's just going to be Metro going up to play for Fighter Trickster, and he is going to be able to pick up that double kill with a shutdown. Civil is now chasing down Verja and Beg for Mercy, able to land that volley, but there's the Nature's Grass coming out. Is going to be able to land up, and Civil going to be able to use that cleanse, and Civil trying his best to out his volley. He's going to have to space, but he's maybe looking for something to Beg for Mercy, but going to fall down. Verja able to pick up a double kill, turning that right back around. It was looking good for High Alert. They got the Drake, but they lose all 5 members, and the bot side of Fighter Boss stay alive.
Yeah, that's big for Metro, securing a lot of kills there, kind of gets them back into the game. I will say a little rough. Civil does so much damage and helps secure so many of those kills, but gets no kills themselves, so no gold influx onto that ADC. Meanwhile, Verja sitting pretty, 4-0-3, has a gold bounty, and I'd imagine here...
There's a subjugation, there's a second W, just gonna be chomped up, beaten down, shut down, going over to Deathmaster Pones as King of Spades. Now in a 1v2 scenario, he does have the Death Realm. He's gonna go right onto JDK, and JDK gonna be taking quite a bit of damage here, but there's the bear is going to be immediately taken away because the Death Realm flashing away from the Flag to Drag. King of Spades able to pick up that one there. 1v2, he comes out with a kill, but Taunty 2K is now here looking for something. Flag to Drag, Cataclysm, King of Spades, Rupture, gonna pull Jake away, and it's not going to matter. Taunty 2K not gonna get it. It's gonna be Jake picking that one up. Civil and Ethereal Ice now went to his bot side, Beg for Mercy, getting some damage onto this tower, as it is just a constant just tug of war between both these teams about who can pick up the most overextended player. It was first Verja, and they tried for King of Spades, able to pick one out just for him to fall down when Taunty 2K roamed up. But Metro picks up the first turret because of it.
Oh, that is massive for High Alert. That does mean it is 1-1 in terms of the feats of strength, and High Alert are sitting at 2 major jungle objectives. So that does mean the next
Metro is looking for something onto Taunty here. He is going to be knocked up. He doesn't have a chomp for another few seconds here. He's taking too much damage, and he used it. Not enough damage, no execute. But there's a bullet time to the boss side, shredding it to High Alert. Verja picks up 1, picks up 2, double kill to the Misfortune. 6-1-3 as Verja flipping the script from what it looked like from game number 1, where Civil had the prio. Now it's Verja all day, every day in this game number 2.
Yeah, and At the same time, they are going to get a little bit for it. The Rift Herald is going to be secured. That's also going to be the Feats of Strength secured, as long as there's no interruption, but it doesn't look like there's really any position for Final Boss to do so. So that's going to be Feats of Strength secured, but they lose that bot tier 1. They do get the top tier 1 high alert, that is. So across the board, I think it keeps the game state pretty even. Again, though, the big problem is Verja. 6-1-3 now. Every single time they get into a fight, they seemingly get 2 kills, and that is a very alarming rate to be receiving a large influx of gold. So Verja is going to become a serious problem for High Alert if they do not find a way of keeping this more misfortune down, especially as we are getting close to that very clear mid-game period where misfortune can just rip apart pretty much everyone. Tanks aren't at the full capacity yet, and all the squishies are still very squishy, which means they're susceptible to that bullet time. So that is a big piece on the board.
And for Mercy has to be careful here. Gonna be slowed up, chomped up. There's the polymorph, slowed with the volley. There's the ultimate, not gonna be enough. Going to go over to Metro. A little too far forward. I feel like that's happened a couple times for Beg for Mercy for the first game as well. That was his first step for this game, but still gonna be caught out there on that rotation, trying to get vision here. And it is going to be High Alert holding a little bit of power here. Jake maybe looking for something, but was able to sniff out Deathmaster Pones with that sweeper. And JDK also around. It was no ultimates expend for High Alert, so Final Boss really don't have an angle to really look for something unless maybe High Alert go too far for themselves, but I don't think that's going to be the case, and it's just going to be right back to farming for both teams.
Absolutely. I know Beg for Mercy was getting a lot of praise, both from us and the community, because of the ward placements and how deep they would go in to place wards. But that very clearly has been read now from High Alert, and they're just not giving him the space to do it, or punishing him for doing it, which is helping them out quite a bit, because it's denying that vision on top of securing that kill.
He's on the flank, a triple pull there, but another triple knockup coming out. Cataclysm is there, but the flash coming out. Tante able to pick up King of Spades, and Metro to the backline. It's just gonna delete JDK, and this Channel Christian are gonna go on Verja, gonna be forced to cleanse. It's a split fight. Beg for Mercy about to fall down. Deathmaster gonna fall down to Verja. Shutdown going over to her. Metro though still into this backline. They have to be careful for this Fizz. He does so much. Beg for Mercy gonna barely survive though. Metro not enough. As Tati gonna run right into Civil. You have to be a little bit careful for this Ash Lulu combination though. There's the hawk shot. Civil though, Verja does kind of a lot of damage. You have to be careful. And that's going to be the picking up the root onto your ice. Civil gonna be rooted up by Beg for Mercy. Slam down from Jake. And that's gonna be an ace coming out for Final Boss. TP for King of Spades. We'll see if he attempts to try to do anything here. He still has his ultimate. So he could try, but he's just going to pick up the wave into this mid. That's going to be Hextech Drake being picked up. Final Boss stopping the Drake stacking from High Alert.
Yeah, and my fortune continues to play out. Another big fight, another 2 kills going over to Verja. On top of getting those kills, they also have been picking up the CS. So they're about 20 CS ahead of Civil. And honestly, it is getting a little scary. Ash is not seen as nearly as high of a big like hyper carry or outright carry than that of Misfortune. So while Civil is continuing to do a lot of damage in these fights and is doing so much, it just does not have the same kill threat that this Misfortune does. I mean, that fight started out with the bullet time coming through, and he just Metro. And that fight, Deathmaster Pone just immediately got hit with the bullet time, full tanked it, and immediately had to back out. Couldn't have nearly as much impact as you would want on that Trundle. So we can see how right now Verja on this Misfortune is already dictating the game as we speak. Metro dying in the jungle is definitely not a great thing. That does continue to be a problem. Otacon is going to be spawning on that bottom side and should be spawning here relatively soon. So that's going to be
taken up into the death realm here. Jake is here though, so King of Spades is going to be waking up right into a 1v2. Taunt's taking a lot of damage, but doesn't have his ultimate, so he doesn't have that execute quite yet. King of Spades is going to be forced to flash. So, yeah, Otacon not going to really be able to pick up when Jake is into this top side. But since they know Jake is in his top side, Deathmaster Pones now maybe looking for possibly doing something here. That is the recall coming from JDK. He does have TP, though. But High Alert are going to start this up. And King of Spades now walking over. He has no ultimate, though. And Tawny 2K does have his, so this could be quite scary for High Alert. They're going to continue going for it. That's also no ult for Metro. They're going to continue on to this. Final boss are finally going to call for the retreat. There's knock up. Cataclysm onto 3. Bullet time shredding, but it's going to be canceled up, though. Metro trying to do as much damage as possible, but with no civil, it's just no longevity into this team fight. Verja unstoppable. Rupture going to miss out, but there's the auto coming up. Verja, double kill to her, and there's going to be a kill picked up for Jake as final boss. It's coming up all right for them.
Yeah, it's definitely looking more and more dire here for High Alert. I think we're officially, or not quite, that didn't give as much goal as I thought it would, but we are very close to hitting a bigger gap this game than we had in game number 1. It's already sitting at over a 4K goal lead, which is not amazing. They're also about to lose 2 turrets, and that top tier 1 is also super weak. So that's going to be something that they're probably not going to be able to keep control of for the next minute or so. So that's also a lot of control loss from High Alert. That's also a big influx of gold overall going over to Final Boss. So Final Boss finally really, like, they were already kind of in control of the game, but now they have the reins. They are fully in control of this game and are setting the pace and tempo of it.
I mean, just look at all the shutdowns that they have. 300, 550, 700, even 200 for the support. Beg for mercy. Currently worth about 500 gold right now. Yeah, I mean, they just have so much standing gold for High Alert to be able to pick up if they can get these shutdowns, but it's not looking good so far. They have not really been able to get on Verja in any of these fights, and if they can pick up that shutdown as well as maybe even Jake as well, that would be quite huge. You can't count High Alert out yet. I mean, this was a little similar to how game 1 was going, where it seemed like High Alert was kind of out, and they were able to find a really nice team fight into their jungle. That was enough to be able to slingshot themselves back as King of Spades. Looking for something on the Tanti. Deathmaster is here, but the rest of Final Boss is going to be here first. And there's Trinacus arrow is going to land on Verja. Is just going to be able to cleanse outside of it. And there's the bullet time just shredding the HP bars. But still, with the subjugation, able to keep him alive quite long, though, as Verja now caught in a really awkward situation. Are they going to be able to pick it up? Not quite, though. Too much damage. Too much in that fat wallet. Triple kill going over to Verja. And Jake is on a rampage.
Make it 3 kills per fight. That is a triple kill for Verja there, as the collapse is just too clean. Everyone is in the area for Final Boss. High Alert tried to respond, especially as the Enchanted Crystal Arrow does interrupt the full collapse, so they can immediately see that there's more than just the 2 people collapsing in on them. But by the time they realize what's happening, it's just far too late, and Verja's able to turn around and just delete them off the rift, send them to the gray screen, and now they're going to use that to take advantage even more.
There's a shark going on to Verja. That's a lot of damage, and Metro just one-shots up ADC moment right there. Am I right? Doesn't matter how fed you are. There's Trinacus arrow going to land right onto Jake. And that's a lot of damage coming out. It's going to be able to cancel out Night Killer. There's a Black Cataclysm. Not going to be enough. Metro barely falls down to the Maokai. JDK on the way. Back for Mercy. Tanti 2K is here. Double knock up with the Rupture. High Alert. Found what they needed. That's both of the shutdowns that I was talking about earlier. A lot of gold being swinged over to High Alert. Drake is now spawned up. They're looking for the soul point. Theo Ice getting quite slowed up here, but this is going to be a little bit harder for Final Boss to play. It's still the ultimate bout to come up from King of Spades here, and King of Spades himself is quite tanky, is quite a threat, especially with that Rylai's, and Tawny 2K has to be careful. He's taking to about half HP, and yep, that it is. It's not going to be a cloud. Always get tricked up by that top left icon. Hextech Soul going to be 1 away from High Alert, and that's you can get that as High Alert with the Ash, with the Fizz, just that extra damage and utility. That's so huge.
Crazy. That would be massive for them. I will say gold is becoming a problem. That is the biggest thing. Most of that, I will say, is on the Misfortune, who has hit that 3-item power spike. And that being said, Civil is only sitting on 2+ boots. So this Misfortune is officially a late game problem. But like you said, Hextech Soul might be good. There's no vision.
Oh,
they have nothing. And
I think he's gonna run into it. He's gonna be stunned up. I mean, they definitely know something's going on here. It's just God. Okay, this is a pet peeve of mine when I watch competitive games. But oh my goodness, when Baron is out on the map, how hard is it to just ward it, to have vision on it? And when you have an Ashe as well, like, it just no reason that you shouldn't have constant vision onto this, especially if everyone from Final Boss is missing and they're up 20 kills. Like, trust me, they're not afraid of you. They're definitely doing something around this map right now. I mean, that's a huge pet peeve of mine, and High Alert has done it 2 games in a row, and that's just free golden XP of the Final Boss.
Yeah, that's going to extend the gap even more. What is that gold lead now? I'm going to put that to 6, so 4,
running
about
right into
6k
Deathmaster.
gold.
Yeah, being pulled up as Jake also going to be pulled. Force Flash from King of Spades, though. As Deathmaster Pone's able to find Version on the other side, going to be forced to flash off from that. Also forced TP from JDK. They're still looking. There's the bullet time, but it's not quite what they wanted. Version being shutted up. Flash over from Metro. There's a shutdown to him. And Jake about to fall down as well. Nice polymorph. There's the death rum coming out for King of Spades. Double kill going over to JDK, though, as the Atacon doing so much there. Beg for Mercy on a killing spree. Trying to decay. Picking up that one. It was looking good for High Alert there, but it just wasn't quite enough. They clumped up into the J4 Cataclysm in the Flagon Dragon. This might just be it. It's a Theo Ice versus 4.
Yeah, I think that's over about 30. I mean, Civil's up in 10, but they have the wave here, and the damage is just, it's over. Even with Civil coming through,
They don't
the
even have to wait. They
damage
can just
is
ignore
too
him.
much.
Yep, Civil is just spawned, but he doesn't even have the ultimate. It's going to go over to Final Boss. They tie it up 1-1.
Yeah, that was a bit of a rough game for High Alert. I mean, you must say, game number 1 definitely had to have felt really good, and maybe it was giving them really good hope and like keeping their mental in check for game number 2, going, if we could come back from the state we were in game number 1, we can come back in here. But man, it just was not coming together. Their key pieces were not able to really get online. Metro was doing pretty good on the Fizz, but was dying so often that he couldn't really just start steamrolling. They would go in and get like a kill, maybe 2, but immediately punish. And the big thing for me was Civil. I don't even think Civil played bad. Civil did a lot of damage in those fights, but I just felt like Ashe wasn't it. Civil was that big playmaker. Put him on the hyper carry. Put him on a big playmaking or a big damage dealing ADC. It felt like Ashe was shooting, peas at Final Boss, and doing a lot. Don't get me wrong, he got a lot of shots off, so it was very slow whittling down. But by the time Ashe was actually able to do like any serious damage to them, the rest of the team was dead, and it was Civil in a 1v3 trying to just kite them, and you really can't out-kite a J4 who could just flag and drag on top of you. So it was a very rough game for High Alert. I don't think the mental is definitely not boomed. It's not 1-1. But I definitely think maybe a bit of a different draft strategy coming out from High Alert might be needed here.
Yeah, and I mean, we might see just a swap over to the blue side as well. They do still have that first game advantage of starting on blue and, from Final Boss choosing red.
Yep.
And they, get the decision to choose blue here. And so even if it's a little bit of a ping pong effect, High Alert will win that ping pong if it does end up coming to, okay, 100% win rate onto the blue side here. And, I mean, in general, it also comes down to the Fearless and just locking down these champion pools for all these players. High Alert, I mean, I would say a little bit of a creative draft here, and it honestly could have worked if it wasn't for the fact that Verja just got so strong, early into that game. I mean, she was really hyper accelerated throughout the entire stages, and with MF, you definitely do not want that to happen because she uses the gold so well. And with the bullet times, I mean, even in that last fight where it didn't get off as much pressure as you would want it, it was still a, big taunt for Metro to kind of flash over and, kill her. But as you saw, he immediately fell down. It was looking for High Alert, and then it wasn't. So High Alert, gonna have to go back to the drawing board. I expect to see them onto the blue side for game number 3. Final Boss, though, even it up 1-1 in this best of 5. It's still not even close to being done. I can feel it. Don't go anywhere. We're gonna go and send it to a quick break for all the players to a little bit of a rewind after that one. We'll see you then.
which both being part of some one of the most iconic, I'll say, or at least one of the biggest staples in the bot
Tyler was
lane,
ready for that.
especially now as some big names have been picked and as such are no longer available. We do see Hecarim. I think we saw that be played a couple times by Deathmaster Pwn, so that's actually not too surprising, but hoping to get a little bit of value out of it. It is being matched by the Sejuani, and the Senna puts Hyla in a position. Do they want to either pick that Tom Kench, or are they just fine with giving that Senna Tom Kench combination over to Final Boss?
I mean, I think we're picking Silas early here.
Okay.
That's interesting. I mean, it's a hover for now. That is something Metro does play, and as we are getting into this game number 3, again, it's always this thing trying to pick Metro his champions into this first rotation, so it is another 4 bans that could possibly shrink down that composition anymore. Silas is going to be the decision. That is going to be Sejuani and Senna ultimates being up
Yep.
here. Tristana coming out for high alert, putting some pressure onto the Senna lane. I do expect to probably see this Tom Kench, because honestly, Tom Kench in general, good champion to pick into the Tristana to make sure you do survive that lane. It is still a Silas, so you still have to watch out for the ultimates you're giving, and even if it is a Nautilus or a Tom Kench, both of them are solid ultimates for Silas, and Nautilus is going to be locked in.
Okay, yeah, so no Tom Kench is going to be the Nautilus. I think that's still a very fine pick. Maybe not as much PL potential as that Tom Kench. Being able to eat your allies and just get them out of trouble, out of dodge very quickly is a massive boon, but a lot more engaged potential coming out from the Nautilus. So, peaks and valleys. Is that...
Morgana ban?
There we go. Okay, I
Okay.
was going to
I was
say,
about to
because
say, I was
Lulu
like,
was picked. Okay, so it's a Morgana ban is going to be the ban for Final Boss there. We saw that get hovered in game number 1, not going to be or game number 2, excuse me, not going to be an option here for game number 3. Is being met by the Aurora. Obviously, mid lane still to be picked from Final Boss. So again, targeting that mid lane pool for JDK. Not surprising at all from High Alert. They did also ban, excuse me, never mind. I was going to say they did ban away the Kindred, so the jungle is also a priority, but obviously R1 with Sejuani. So that is going to be that jungler. So we're mostly focused on the mid and top side for Final Boss.
and I want to kind of pull a little bit of attention to the King of Spades pick with the Mordekaiser. It was interesting. I don't think it did awful, but it's one of those picks where it's like when you're picking Mordekaiser, you're kind of expecting to have perma pyro in the lane or to be able to actually do something when it comes to his team fights, and it seemed like it was more so just kind of like a pick to, try to find value from the counter. Is really what it kind of felt like. Zir being banned out for JDK. Here, definitely lessens the scaling opportunity for Final Boss. They still have the Senna, so their scaling is still going to be quite strong. And we'll see what they plan on picking out here. I mean, so far, it just seems to be very typical front to back, team fighting composition. Here, Silas, though, again, it's one of those things where it's like when you have a Silas, even if you pick good champions, you're giving them good ultimates. And again, Galio with the Hero's Entrance, that's a solid ultimate for Silas to have, especially with a Hecarim Tristana on to high alert side. So like right now, Metro is feeling really glad about this pick and really happy about it.
Yeah, we're starting to see the compositions kind of get rounded out here, and Final Boss do have what I call, affectionately, the "Get Down, Mr. President" composition, or I guess in this case it'd be "Get Down, Madam President," seeing as it's Senna. It's your ADC plus a bunch of big meaty MFers, just straight tanks that can block and peel for your backline hyper carries. Obviously, Senna is like the definition of a hyper carry as well, so definitely good. I want to have a lot of protection, so that I think is a good team composition, but it is very one note. It can be read pretty easily, and there's already a clear idea of what High Alert want to do, which is a very heavy dive. I mean, if you cannot deal with the pressure, I mean, obviously Set, not an outright diver, but with that ultimate can get into the back line, can also do a lot of damage to the front line. But Leona with the I'm gonna call it a hook, but it's not a hook, but you know what I mean. The Tristana with the dive, Silas also has a lot of going potential. Hecarim also big fear as well. So High Alert just want to get into that backline while Final Boss are going to put as much meat in between them and that ADC as physically possible, especially rounding out with the Renekton pick.
Yep, Tawny 2K throwing out the Renekton is looking to kind of skill diff King of Spades into this top side here. Again, Dominus, another good-ish ultimate for Silas. Definitely not, it's not like a Swain. It's not like a Scion. It's not like a Malphite, but it's definitely still pretty solid, especially if he ends up fighting the Renekton in a 1v1 team fight. That extra HP, the extra damage from the AoE, and since he's building AP, he's going to be scaling off of that as well. It really is, like I said, protect Madam President for final boss, making sure Senna stays alive. That's kind of their whole late game scaling, I will say, for final boss. Their damage is very few and far in between. Not like Galio can't do damage, and it's not like Renekton can do damage, but Renekton, typical, usually scales pretty poorly into the later stages of the game, and is also going up against a comp that has a lot of kite ability, which Renekton tends to do very poorly into. While with High Alert, it's like you have some good solid damage throughout every stage of the game here. I mean, Tristana scales quite well. Silas, I mean, it's going to get to a point where no matter what, he's going to be looking onto the Senna, and Senna is always going to get snapped by this Silas no matter what. And he has so many utility options with all these ultimates, and Hecarim just is going to get free reign no matter what because of his Onslaught of Shadows. It makes him unstoppable. He's just going to get in there and just do what he wants to do. And then you even have Set that just kind of runs a little bit disruption for a High Alert. So, final boss, they do have permanent scaling with the Senna, but it really is like a single win con for them with the Senna when it comes to the later stages of the game. Obviously, when it comes to early game, the Galio and the Renekton are still going to be quite strong in themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. But that does also make me question how effective this composition is going to be because that bottom lane pairing of the Tristana and the Leona, that's a very high pressure lane. They're going to be putting so much pressure onto that Nautilus and Senna, who are going to take a little bit to really come online. So if they could keep that pressure on, they could punish them early. Senna might not get the foundation that she needs to really start scaling into the late game. And like you said, Tristana does also scale pretty well, just not quite the hyperscaler that Senna is. So if they can play this early game smart, put a lot of priority down for that bot lane, try to get the Tristana ahead, keep them ahead as well. I mean, Civil's now back onto a much more high presence champion, and by that I mean literally just having more presence in the game. I definitely think that this high alert composition is very scary. I think I lean towards it, but I'm a firm believer in tanks, and I really do kind of love the idea of a. Obviously, Renekton is not an outright tank, but pretty much everyone else on the team is. So I do like the idea. It's just going to be a matter of if Senna can do what she needs to do to scale late. And the longer this game goes, the closer and closer it is going to be that High Alert just start losing control. So there's a bit of a timer for High Alert for this game.
Yep, it's gonna be up to High Alert to maybe hopefully shut down Verja early on into this game. Maybe hopefully if she doesn't get as much of a lead as she did into the MF game. So with the Tristana and the Leona picked up, I'm expecting a lot of pressure to be thrown into the spot side. I'm also expecting to see that cleanse once again for this Senna and a little bit of a less appealable champion Welcome back to game number 3 between High Alert and Final Boss Esports. It's currently tied up 1-1. High Alert onto the blue side, Final Boss on to the red. It's currently blue side 100% win rate, so it is blue side favored so far into this game. It is going to be Nautilus, so expecting the invade coming out for Final Boss here. Hopefully no one gets, tricked up on the invade this time, Metro, and dies for free where they really shouldn't be. It is going to be King of Spades that is most likely going to see this come out.
There's
oh
no
no.
ward here.
Okay, he saw it. That's going to be Flash coming out for Beg for Mercy. Flash for Flash. So, Beg for Mercy, no support Flash. It is going to be top Flash down. I will say that's pretty worth for Final Boss, unless maybe they try to punish Beg for Mercy not having that summoner. I don't know if that is going to be possible, but we will have to see. That is going to be a very strong bot side, so it is entirely possible for just Civil and Ethereal Eyes to jump on him, level 2 or maybe even level 3.
Absolutely. And in response for that invade, that it was a flash for a flash and a little bit of vision. They are going to get some vision of their own. High Alert. That being said, it is going to be spotted, but given the fact that we are down to the last couple seconds before the jungle objectives spawn up, that is going to give them a lot of information that the Sejuani is going to be starting on blue side. And for the first time this series, both junglers are starting on the same side of the map. So top lane is going to be the lane of choice, possibly. Both laners, or excuse me, both junglers have also kind of finished half their clear in the last couple games and just marked that mid lane. So keep an eye. It might end up being a mid lane kind of half clear rather than a full clear for a top lane prior pick.
Yep, and there's a hook coming out. Good Jun landing right into Ethereal Eyes. Verja have a little bit of an auto war with Civil, losing out onto that one. Tawny 2K just getting face breaked by King of Spades here. The double auto Fumset is quite strong, although he doesn't have the level 2, and he's got to be careful. He doesn't have Flash, and that's first blood going to go over to Tawny 2K. I think he was hoping that he was going to get level 2 just randomly from those minions, and he wasn't quite able to get it. And Tawny didn't even have to expend his flash for that, so that's going to be a little bit of a tough pill to swallow for King of Spades here.
Yeah, big SR potential up on the top lane there. Renekton already doing real well in the lane. Gonna continue to probably be a problem. Getting that kill early does mean they're immediately starting with a bit of an item advantage. Now sitting on the Doran's Blade plus the Cole. So that is gonna be something to keep note out for. Obviously, Renekton is a big kind of just skill matchup. So that's not a great start if you're King of Spades, but Set, while is a little bit dependent on items, is always one of those heroes, or excuse me, one of those champions that can have an impact later in the game. Obviously, the pool, that W, and that big ultimate for an engage piece. Even if King of Spades gets behind, it's not the end of the world. You would just hope that you can keep this Renekton down for a little bit.
And we're not seeing anything too crazy going on into this mid lane. A little bit hard for both of these members to kind of play hyper aggressive. Compared to kind of like the previous champions they were able to draft. As I say that though, Metro leaving something onto JDK, but is going to be taunted up here. Jake is close by, and Metro does have the flash, is going to be able to flash away from that flash entry from Jacob to the bot side though. It's still going to be able to pick up on Verja. Metro finally going to fall down, but Deathmaster Pones helicoptering it up, and JDK able to knock him up there. There's the Permafrost coming out, and it is going to be Final Boss picking up Feet of Warfare, 2 kills to Jake, and there's the Zenith Blade going right onto the Nautilus though. Couple more autos, and there it is, flash auto. Civil able to pick up a second kill here, and that's Tristana Leona, baby. And right now it is Civil looking to bring it up for High Alert into this early game, as Tawny and King of Spades once again, no haymaker, no knuckle down, no face breaker, no nothing. Tawny 2K able to pick up a second kill as well.
I want a pizza with nothing. Yeah, absolutely nothing for them up on top lane. This Renekton continuing to be a problem. But that being said, Feat of Warfare does also go over to Final Boss. But Civil gets 2 kills there. They are doing exactly what they need to in this lane matchup, keeping Verja down, keeping the Senna out of lane as much as possible. I was a little bit down on CS, but that's nothing too crazy. It's only about by 3. Metro is in an awkward spot here with
Yep,
3 people sitting on their lane.
Yep, high alerts on their way here. Deathmaster Pones is here. He's actually up a level. A lot of damage going out. And there's the Cinder Blade coming out. Jump coming out from Civil. These exhausts going out. A lot of damage onto Jake. He's trying his best to do as much as possible. It's a 1-for-1, but a shutdown going over to Civil. Definitely really not worth it for Final Boss as you trade over both your junglers and feeding a shutdown to the enemy ADC.
And Civil's now 3-0-0. We are 5 minutes into the game, and Civil has a bounty of 200 gold. That is a little scary, especially as Tristana, while they are a carry, and they're not particularly a hyper carry, they don't need nearly as much as the Senna to really get going. So that's a lot of gold in their pocket to get themselves off the ground. And off the top of that fight, that does also give a lot of prio back to Metro on that Silas. So, being hunted down.
There's the rocket jump. Dredge line is there. I'm pretty sure Ethereal is just going to fall down and is going to be donated over, I assume, to Verja. But the damage mitigation is just so much, and just dropping the vision there. It is finally going to be picked up. Verja be able to pick up her first kill of the game here, finding at least a little bit of something off the back foot of this unfortunate laning phase. It is still going to be a 3-kill lead going over to Final Boss, and Jake is looking for something into this mid lane. Civil trying to look for something, a beg for mercy. Gonna get hit by that dredge line. He probably went a little too far forward. He's looking for one more auto do it, and it's not gonna be enough. Maybe! And with the heal there, gonna fall down. Civil trying to go for the hero play where he really didn't need to.
No, it definitely should have just been a disengage there, but that is also going to cost them the Drake. I mean, Hecarim is on the other side of the map, possibly looking for something on Taunty, but it is going to cost them that Ocean Drake. So a little bit of extra healing for the side of Final Boss. It's on top of the Feat of Warfare. They've now picked up the first neutral jungle objective, so that's going to be a huge thing for the start of these feats of strength.
And there's the ultimate from Metro, able to pick up that hero's entrance, so maybe looking for something to this towards his top or bot side. Drake is now down about 1 minute or about 45 seconds from these grubbies from spawning as well. I expect maybe High Alert will want to try something there, maybe if they can get Civil towards this top side, but right now it's looking it's not looking nearly as good when Civil fell down there. I mean, that's kind of the whole game strategy, and because of that, he's actually down CS to Verja.
Yeah, it kind of resets the whole momentum of the game. Civil was always kind of just a problem, but now that Verja has leveled out, as long as they're going to continue to trade back and forth and continue to roam with each other, Civil just won't be able to have nearly as much impact as they had just mere minutes ago. So that's a little rough. They do still have priority in this lane, obviously. A lot of pressure.
There's the dredge line. W going to land onto the minion, so isn't going to be snared up. Verja with the level lead, though. No ultimate for Civil quite yet. The Dawning Shadow is there. Flashing Ethereal Ice, not able to find the stun onto Verja. And I don't think you even really wanted to initiate that fight. When you're down an ultimate, that's not really something you want to try for, especially with the amount of healing and shielding that can be provided by this Senna. And right now, Civil and Ethereal Ice just wanting to find an avenue to be able to go back to base.
Yeah, and it's so well played for Beg for Mercy there. Just constantly putting pressure, just trying to deny this back here. That should be enough to get them to level 6, though, so them sticking around is not the end of the world, but definitely a reset would have been nice there. And you're absolutely correct. Final Boss does secure the grubs.
Metro, yep, just falls down. Quite a bit of damage there. Jake didn't see the blue buff because he was in the bush, though. King of Spades on his way, but so is Tawny 2K. And here's the hero's entrance coming out. Should be a double knockup. There it is with the Dawning Shadow. And no Haymaker quite yet. So there's a few seconds before that's going to be coming up. There it is, but Tawny 2K is here. Even with the showstopper, it's just going to stop his own show. Tawny 2K on a killing spree. 3-0, and everything is just falling apart for High Alert.
Yeah, it was looking really good until it wasn't. I mean, Hecarim is able to get away there. Deathmaster Pones gets away with their life. But that being said, they immediately turn to look to Metro. And Metro is going to have to invest the flash to get away there. Yeah, no, it is kind of falling apart. Metro has not been able to get a foothold in this lane. Civil was doing pretty good, but after that one death, they lost a lot of the momentum and the priority on that bot lane. And Even more so than the last two. King of Spades is actually struggling pretty hard on that top side. Already 0-3-0 as 20, about 20 CS behind as well. So this top side is becoming a little bit of a problem. And Renekton having 3 kills already, the moment we leave this very clear laning phase and there's a lot more roaming potential for this Renekton, especially for the team fights, it is going to get real scary real quickly.
It's definitely an avenue to get these shutdowns. Should be what High Alert's looking for, but when it's on this Galio and when it's on this Renekton, it's not on a lot of... It's not on members they can really easily collect on here. And Civil and Ethereal Ice, they have to try to look for something into this bot side to try to swing things into their favor, but... I mean, Verja has her first item finished up the same as Civil, so there's really not that much, you know, strength in terms of items over. It's just in terms of the kit that they have. And they're going to be looking for something here. Zenith's Blade going to miss out there, but the flash coming out from Verja is going to be able to get the stun out onto Beg for Mercy, but Theo Ice taking quite a bit of damage, and Jake is on his way. There's the depth charge coming out, and Jake is here just in time with the Boar Rush, and is just going to be able to knock up and knock out Civil. And yep, that's just going to be Ethereal Ice next target. Double kill to Verja, and their entire lead that they had from the early is definitely all gone now. And final boss, it's like, what were you thinking? Like, what do you do from this point? Because you really don't have any avenue. There's really no lane anymore where you have an out like in some of these other games.
Yeah, it just kind of all collapses. The gold lead continues to expand. We're now, what, approaching 12 minutes, and it's about 4-ish K gold lead. I think it's about where we were in game number 2. Civil has officially lost that lead, now sitting 3-2. There's potential
They're
here.
looking for something onto Taunty here. King of Spades, though, is already quite low, and Renekton loves these situations. There's a showstopper, Onslaught of Shadows. Tawny 2K still with the ultimate up, doing quite a bit of damage onto Deathmaster Pones. He has the flash up ready to go. Deathmaster Pones, no ghost, no ult, doesn't have the resources, is gonna have to back out, and Tawny 2K wins out in that 1v2, taking one of them with him, and he's still maybe looking. There's the flash coming out, is gonna go right under the tower, looking for something, able to pick it up, does fall down, but still picks up a 2-for-1 there in a 1v2. Theo Ice gonna be spotted out, gonna be Permafrost. JDK with the Proto Belt, not gonna be able to pick it up. Jake is actually the one that gets that one. 4-1-4, 8 kill participation to this Sejuani. And right now, High Alert in desperation mode as JDK just going mano a mano into Metro here and is winning out.
Yeah, it's... I hate to keep saying it, but it is just falling apart across the rift. I mean, practically a 2v1 goes Taunty's way. Obviously, does fall, and that is a bounty going over to Deathmaster Pones. But Deathmaster Pones on this Heck Realm is not your win condition. You would much prefer
Alright, looking for a 3v3 here. That's going to be Root Up coming out. Solar Clip's going to land onto one. Civil trying his best, but here's the hero's entrance. Able to get there, knock up Civil, force the flash. There's the Dredge line. Ethereal Ice in a 1v4 falling down. Beg for mercy. Might as well donate a kill to your support while you're at it. 4-17. Final boss are looking to make this look easy.
Yeah, they're immediately going to then farm the jungle. It's not great. Obviously, Hecarim getting that bounty, like I was saying, is not amazing. You much prefer that on most, I think, anyone else besides Ethereal Ice. So that is not amazing. Plus, that's an extra couple hundred gold in the way of Taunty's pockets, which is just going to amplify this Renekton even more. Now sitting 5-1-0. But, I mean, just across the board, it's not even like, oh yeah, just the big carries are becoming online for Final Boss. It's everyone. The two people with the least kills in lobby for them are their mid laner, who is the Galio, who's just setting everyone up, and the Nautilus, who's in a very similar position just on bot lane. So it's not even to the point where it's like, oh, you just need to deal with the Renekton. You just need to deal with Senna. You need to deal with all of them now because they are losing across the rift at the moment.
700 gold bounty, 600 into the mid lane, and 550 onto Jake here. High Alert has to start collecting these. They were able to collect it onto Tawny 2K with that play, and they're looking to collect more onto him. Jake is here. It is going to be a 2v3. It's looking to also be a full-on team fight here, actually. Spec for Mercy landing that dredge line there, although this might be a little too far forward. Civil looking for something onto Verja, though. Is going to be able to get the explosion out, jump in, and there's another auto, as it is going to be a 4v3 here so far. Knocked up. Everyone's knocked up. And that's going to be a lot of damage going on all these members. Jake, though, isn't taking any damage. There's the Showstopper trying to do as much as possible. And even with the Showmaker, it doesn't matter. Final boss, truly the final boss is here, as it's going to be a triple kill going over to Tawny 2K, and it was looking good for a little bit there. It was even a knock-up on every single member that was alive on the map, and final boss able to come up without any issues. It wasn't even close.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely have to say final boss is approaching what we were expecting here from them. I mean, they are the #1 seed. They were by far the favorites going into this. Game number 1 looked really good for them, but it kind of fell apart towards the end. They just kind of gave up a lot of kills to High Alert, and High Alert were able to come back off of that. Game number 2, pretty dominant for them. And in game number 3 here, it's looking even more so, as Final Boss are just not letting off the gas pedal. It's all gas, no brakes right now, as they're winning every lane. We're just now at 16 minutes. And I think all tier 1s are gone. Yeah, all tier 1s are gone. Yeah, no damage being done to tier 2s. But, I mean, Set is desperately trying to hold back the waves up on top side. So there's just a lot of pressure from all the lanes onto High Alert, which means Final Boss, who have already been Drake stacking, already sitting on 2. It is the Cloud Soul to play for, one of the best souls in the game. It's looking really good for Final Boss, especially if they are able to secure a soul point here.
And once again, Final Boss, Beg for Mercy, just grabbing constant vision into the enemy jungle. And because of it, yeah, Metro is just going to be caught out here. There's really not much you can do. Too far forward. There's the E. There's the flash. And yep, that's all that's written for his story there. Tawny able to pick up that one. And you see High Alert. King of Spins and Deathmaster Pones into this top side, even with Drake spawning in about 10 seconds. They have completely given up on this play way before that Final Boss even thought about it. And they're just trying to get as much as they can to be able to swing the gold back at least into their individual lanes here, jungle and top. And right now, High Alert, they just need to, you know, stem the bleeding, but it's like it's not even bleeding anymore. It's more of like hemorrhaging at this point, as Deathmaster Prones is here.
Okay.
But what do you do here? Like, you can't 1v2 this dive. I'm pretty sure Tawny 2K wins out pretty easily here. 2.5 items. He has Black Weaver. He has the Spear. And King of Spades doesn't even have his first item. So there's really nothing that High Alert can do. And they really just need to overload the resources to try to pick up at least some of these bounties. And maybe try to force these plays where they have numbers advantage.
Yeah, I mean, the hemorrhaging comment is absolutely correct. They don't even
Looking something
secure that
here,
top tier.
knocked up, Solar Flare onto 2 though, but TP coming out, and I don't think, oh, actually it was going to be canceled, so Civil going to go right onto Verja. There's a depth charge coming out, Dawning Shadow is there, but Deathmaster Pones is over the wall. Metro with the bola stolen away, but I don't think it's going to matter. They're just slapping them with the wallets. It's a massacre. And Tawny was even able to pick up a kill into that top side. Metro all by his lonesome, and they're looking to pick up this tower and to pick him up as well. There's the exhaust coming out. It's just brutal. I don't want to watch it anymore. Ace going over to Final Boss. It's not even 20 minutes into the game, and they're up 28 kills.
Yeah, I mean, a high kill game, I usually judge by depending on how close you are to a kill a minute. You know, if you're at like over 5 kills a minute, as in like a kill per minute plus 5, that's like okay, that's a really high kill game. We are far past that. We are at what's that total? 32 kills in less than 20 minutes. It has been, I don't want to say a stomp because High Alert are showing small glimpses, but every single time they get into a fight, it just seems like there's small misplays. I think back, if they were Ice in that fight, goes in with the Xenoblade, tries to help out Civil, who's already dead. Civil has like 10% of their health left, 4 people on top of them. Civil is dead. Best thing you can do there, pull away, go back to defending turrets so you only lose 1 and you don't lose any turrets, and instead They go in. The rest of the team tries to keep them alive. By the time Ethereal Ice is already in, Civil's dead. Ethereal Ice is desperately trying to get away. Does survive, if I remember correctly, but has to reset. And because of that, I think they lose 2 turrets off of it. So it's just small misplays that are making rough situations even more terrible for them. I was trying to find a better word. It's a little terrible for them. I was trying to be kind. But yeah, it's definitely a bit of misplays across the board for High Alert right now.
And Final Boss has done so well to really not give High Alert any openings to really punish them, right? Because High Alert, they team fight so well, but like team fighting better and doesn't really matter if Final Boss doesn't even give you good avenues to do anything. Tawny, though, may be caught out, but it looks like it's going to be Metro that gets caught out instead. Split fight into this top and bottom, and JDK into the flank. Civil gonna fall down. Dominus onto Metro, gonna be forcing Furza's flash, but that's all he's gonna get. Call it a consolation as King of Spades gonna be knocked up. Haymaker not even gonna be able to go off. Tawny 2K dominating. And Final Boss baiting them in with the Atacom play, able to just pick up 3, and they didn't even get close to getting 1.
Yeah. I mean, and they're just immediately going to turn back to Atacom. They have the damage. They didn't take any in the first place. I genuinely think there's a world in which,
Deathmaster is looking for a steal. He's looking for a steal. Is he going to be able to pick it up? He's going to go in. Can he get it? No, he cannot. Deathmaster tried, but he will fail. Verja on a rampage. You can't blame him for that play. It was do or die. He'd even get a smite off. I'm not gonna lie. There was a big difference between, like, I feel like the smite going off from Jake and it being at below 1200, because I think it was at 1k, and Deathmaster I don't even think smited, so I'm a little bit interested there. It really felt like that action should have gone over to Deathmaster opponents. I'm not gonna lie. As maybe, oh no, JDK might be caught out. There's no one close by. Can High Alert do it? There's the flash coming out. The Justice Punch not going to be enough. Face breaker. No, that goes over to the Leona. No! Oh no! Ethereal Ice is going to be carrying this game. You better sell all your items and go full AP. Oh, that was the only good news. And it goes to the support as King of Spades. He's just going to be ran down like a dog. Gonna be stunned up here. And yep, there it is. Verja unstoppable.
Yeah, we are approaching the period of the game where, and it's super early for this, but we're looking at win conditions now. Okay. I thought the Otacon fight, there was a chance there was maybe a win con there, but I think it's just the timers were a little bit too short. But next Drake fight, which is going to be here relatively soon, it is spawned up. So a soul is available to be secured by Final Boss. If this is fought for by High Alert, which they kind of desperately need to fight for it and win it, but if this is fought for and it's a stomp,
Still going to be stunned up, beaten down. There it is. Taunting Godlike. He's looking to make it too. Maybe he can get that big 1-3, and it's going to go over to Jake instead, as Deathmaster Prone's going to be found out from JDK, and they're going to be looking for something here. It's a 1v2, but the rest of Final Boss, they're ringing the dinner bell. They got 2 more delicious snacks here. Metro goes back in, and he's just gonna fall down. JDK gonna be able to pick up that one. King of Spades stunned up. There's the Haymaker. Tawny doesn't care, and Verja being able to pick up that one. 11-2, 10, 12-1, and 8-2. This Crocodile. Oh my goodness, Final Boss are really making this look easy.
Yeah, and that is just Inhibitor. They do have a wave, but the respawns have come through. There isn't a gauge off of Beck from her. They're just going to take this. They might.
They're constantly looking for any type of position that they can punish from Final Boss. Justice Punch. There's the taunt up. Deathmaster Prone's going to fall down. There's the Beyblade spin by Tawny 2K. Stun up from Ethereal Ice. Beg for Mercy, taking up a little bit of the tower shots. JDK, though, about to fall down. Civil. Doesn't have the flash, so he can't go for something aggressive. Metro is now back, and he's just gonna go right back in there. Maybe a little too hypey there. There's the depth charge. Tawny 2K without Dominus. I don't think he needs it. He's just gonna slice and dice all over High Alert, slicing the chances for this game. Triple kill going over to Verja. Can she make it 4? Yes, she can. Quadra kill for Verja. No pentakill, unfortunately, but that's going to be the ace. 24, not even 25 minutes into the game, and final boss. Yep, they're just gonna end it right here. 2 seconds of Deathmaster Pones. I don't think there's much he can really do about it. They're just gonna dive the fountain. Final boss. Can they pick it up? No, they cannot. Double kill going over to Deathmaster Pones. Tony2K still here, though. He's going to be able to pick it up much. No, it's going to go over to Beg for Mercy. And this is all that she wrote for this game. Final boss. Match point up 2-1 here. And it was a quite interesting game, to say the least.
Yeah, that's a game that I think High Alert's going to want to hope that the entirety of the LFA was not paying attention for. I will say, unfortunately, that is very much not the case. That has had the highest view count for the entirety of the series so far. So everyone saw that. That is a rough series to play out. I mean, Tonti2K was, I believe, 13-1 and 13, and Verja was 15-3 and 12, or something darn close to that. It was just a top lane and bot lane massacre. I mean, the Galio was finding so much value. Galio was pretty much just another tank support that also did crazy damage. I mean, we saw there kind of under the turret in tier 1. The tier 1 turret in mid lane at like 23 minutes, mind you. And it was just not even close in the 1v2. So that is a game where if you're High Alert, you are desperately hoping the players just go, okay, wipe it, stain off our shirt. We know that was a bad one. We'll reset the mental. We go for game 4 and try to send it to 5. But that being said, I mean, we were talking about it. Blue side has had a 100% win rate. If that was going to continue, they kind of needed to win that game, so they would probably be set to red. And in game 5, they could be back on blue if it continues at the 100%. With this, now there's no guarantee blue side for game 5. Tyler's choosing red. Never mind.
Okay.
So we'll see how that works. Okay, that's interesting. I don't. There's not much else to say about that game. It was kind of a stomp, unfortunately.
There's really nothing to say. It was just a stomp. That's really all it was. There's really not much else to really go into it except for that. High Alert looking to bounce back, hopefully bring us to a game number 5. Give us a silver scrapes here. And Sinestro, Deathmaster Prones, I'm looking at you. We've seen this happen before. I think it's time for the Nocturne pick. Anyway, we'll see you in a few minutes here while we go for a quick little break. Don't go anywhere. Game number 4 coming up here soon. Alrighty, welcome back to game number 4 between Final Boss and High Alert. Final Boss currently up a game 2-1 to High Alert, sitting on match point, looking to end it out 3-1. High Alert looking to bring us the silver scrapes for that game number 5. Last game was a bit of a stomp, I do gotta say. Final Boss was definitely decimating that game. High Alert actually decided to go with Red Side this time around, even though they had their choice. They're gonna decide like, hey, maybe we kind of throw a little bit of a curveball. We're going to choose red side here. So they're looking to make it a 50-50 split on the win rates onto these sides here tonight. And it is going to be, once again, the Akali band coming out. There's Delusion once again. Cassiopeia also from High Alert. So not much else going to change so far for the bands.
Okay, I was gonna say there is the potential here because Ari was the first ban I think last time and for the last couple. So an Ari ban was kind of on the table, but yeah, it looks like that is gonna be ban number 2. Doesn't look like anything crazy. That's a change up.
Yeah,
That was not the case before. Maybe Final Boss doing something similar. But we do see that Volley Bear getting banned away, which was originally the third ban for Final Boss. That possibly was the move they were trying to do, but if it was, doesn't really matter. Instead of going for that Volley Bear, they're going to continue with that B1 jungle pick and immediately pick up the Pantheon. It's going to be possibly, there we go. It's going to be met by the
No! Where's my Nocturne, Deathmaster? Where's my Nocturne? I was promised Nocturne! Come on, man!
Could be Udyr top. Could be Udyr
It could
top
be.
is a thing.
It could be. It could be.
It's not very good, but like you could.
There's Syndra coming out for Metro 2. So Udyr, Syndra. So High Alert just kind of seems like throwing a little bit of a just straight up comfort. Make sure their players are going to be as comfortable going into this game number 4 as possible. Pantheon, first picked for Final Boss. Most likely jungle, could go top. I expect Jake to be piloting it though.
Yeah. And I mean, Syndra is a pretty good pickup here. Obviously, a very high prio pick. High Alert are kind of in a position where they should just be picking the best champions possible for the roles in which they want to fill. Obviously, as we get to games 4 and 5, you are going to be worried about having to dive a little bit deep into the pool with the Fearless draft. But when you're 2-1 down in a Bay of 5, you don't have the luxury of planning for game number 5. You need to win game 4 to get there. So, not surprised at all to see the Syndra come through. That being said, it is immediately met. Final Bossos don't want that to be kind of left up into the air. They're going to have that counter, so they're going to use it. They are not counter, but they're going to have the opposing pick. They're going to have Aurora. Don't leave it to the second wave so that there's 4 more bans to come through. Just get that mid lane so it's a solid mid lane matchup. And I think they'll be happy with that. Does leave the support role open for them though.
Sivir for Civil. Oh my goodness. Caitlyn for Civil.
Caitlyn.
There we go. Going for a just hardcore trying to push out Verja into this lane. Caitlyn into the Kaisa. A little bit of a nightmare just champion to play into as Kaisa. Doesn't really have the range to be able to try to do anything into the Caitlyn, especially if you have something like, let's just throw out Karma, for example, which honestly might be banned away from Final Boss. I know that was one of their bans constantly in the second rotation. Anything just long range to kind of keep Kaisa out of this game and out of the lane. I mean, right now, Syndra, Caitlyn just have a lot of range, a lot of damage with that. Still, though, we do see the Aurora for JDK. Aurora, just a very mental block champion in general. Just guaranteed damage in a team fight on pretty much all members with the ultimate. And just so much utility that you just really, really just want to pull out your hair when you face this champion, especially when ahead. We do see the Lux coming out, banned away from Final Boss. So anything like that can really just pair well with the Caitlyn. Right now, Final Boss is trying to stem the bleeding into this draft for the Caitlyn matchup for Verja.
Yeah, absolutely. The Lux ban, I don't know how valuable that is. Lux is not typically seen as a really solid support matchup. I think she's typically more like a mid lane burst mage, but can go pretty high range. Blue is a Morgana ban again. So Morgana is going to be banned away. My screen froze there for a second on the worst face. But yeah, Morgana and Lux, 2 pretty long range supports, also pretty high burst potential, very good CC potential as well for Morgana and honestly Lux as well. So just more high pressure supports that could pair well with Caitlyn, both getting banned away pretty early here.
Yeah, but we do see the Yorick coming out for High Alert. So Yorick, literally, High Alert is like, all right, let's just like go inside lane. Just try to split push to win here. Answer for final boss is looking like to be the Garen, someone else that's also going to do the exact same thing. So maybe they're just kind of wanting side lanes to be in a 1v1 permanently this entire game and maybe try to win out in the 4v4. So far, of the Syndra, Caitlyn, Udyr, it's looking like to be pretty good. The Karma picking it up away from High Alert here. Karma, Caitlyn, quite strong of a lane, so they could be just picking that away from Ethereal Ice to make sure they cannot play that matchup. Although Karma with the Kaisa is not in of itself a very typical lane that you see. Nico is a lot more typical. It is also kind of fits off into maybe a little bit more of a stronger team fight for Final Boss, and we just see the Karma immediately be hovered for High Alert. I wouldn't be surprised if they pick this up. It's just trying their best to keep away from Final Boss, especially with this Nico and Kaisa pick. Just trying to outrange them, and when they poke them down just enough that they try to go for the engage. The engage on their end is definitely very lacking, but they do have the Udyr to hopefully soak up a lot of this frontline damage. We'll have to see what Hylert's plan is for that. Just next to pretty much nothing engage that they have. They do have a lot of range though, so it is definitely a poke comp they're going out for. It tends to be a little bit harder to pull off, but High Alert, I mean, they're in desperation territory here. As Final Boss, I would say a little bit more of a typical front-to-back team fight comp.
Yeah, absolutely. And this also does feel like a composition that wants to get ahead early, or at least get ahead in that laning phase. Obviously, the Syndra, that Caitlyn, and the Yorick, all pretty strong lanes. Syndra, I think, might be, I don't want to say the weakest, but at least the most level. Yorick is just going to run their head down top lane until either they die or the turret dies. So that lane's going to be pretty solid. Obviously, a pretty high pressure bot lane from that Caitlyn and that Karma, especially going into that Kai'Sa Nico. They'll have that priority. Syndra also will want to get ahead pretty early, but is a hyperscaler. So I'm expecting this laning phase to be very important for High Alert. I'm expecting this Udyr to constantly be running between these three lanes, maybe mostly mid and bot lane, because again, Yorick doesn't need too much to succeed. The moment team fights start, the Yorick can kind of just get ahead because of all the pressure that he'll be able to put on the side lanes while the rest of the opponents are being dragged to the fights. So I definitely am expecting this laning phase to really be the make or break. If they do not have a good game state coming out of the laning phase as we start getting to that mid game with big team fighting and around the pits, I definitely worry for High Alert here. But if they can get ahead early, get a couple kills onto Civil, I could see a world where we go to game 5, but it also needs to hold because game 1 started well for them. Like actually pretty darn well for them, and very quickly it fell apart. So they need to get a lead and keep it, which is the most important part.
Yep, it's really going to be up to High Alert to try their damnedest to really just get a lead as fast as possible. Put Final Boss onto the back foot for this game. Otherwise, Final Boss are looking to be your LFA Split 2 champions. I mean, they were so close last split, and they were so close with Metro and Deathmaster Pones on that roster off the back of a Nocturne game from Deathmaster Pones. I was hoping to see it, and honestly, a Nocturne here would have at least given him some type of engage, but who knows? Maybe he's saving it for a game number 5 if, they can get to that point. But yeah, like you said, it's really up to High Alert to just try their best to put Final Boss in the back foot. Otherwise, the composition and the engage that Final Boss has is just going to triumph over High Alert.
Yeah, absolutely. And this game in particular does feel like a big mental contest because there's a lot going into this one. Obviously, Hyler just had a really rough game, so it's going to be on them to have gotten that mental reset down, had the coach talk to him, say, hey, take a breather, in and in, hold, and release on 4 seconds each. Just try to get themselves calmed down. But also, for Final Boss, you have two players who were in the grand finals last year and came up short. So they're gonna be sitting at the point where it's like, oh, I'm one game away from winning. So as wonderful as that is, you also have to remember not to go crazy. Don't overextend. Don't be too overzealous trying to close out this game. Because at the end of the day, there's no difference between game 4 and game 5, or game 4 and 3, or 2 or 1. Every game is important. You need to win this one just like you won all the other ones. So if they start going crazy, giving up kills because they're excited to possibly win, High Alert can bring it back. So it really does feel like a battle of the mentals going into game number 4.
Yep. High Alert looking to bring us to game 5. Final boss hoping to end the run right here and now. Looking to be your LFA Split 2 champions. But who knows? High Alert may just come out swinging here. Bring us to the silver scrapes. Don't go anywhere. You're not going to miss this game. Number 4, Team Final Boss and High Alert. We'll see you in a few minutes. Scrapes into a game number 5. A little bit of an unorthodox range poke composition from them. Not that much engage. We'll see if they can pull it off through this early game.
Yeah, absolutely. And unlike in the last two, there's no very clear hook champion. So that does mean that there's not going to be a big invade. Ethereal Ice is going to spot out big for Mercy there. So a little bit of trading between the two supports goes the way of Ethereal Ice. But at the end of the day, it's just a little bit of poke. There's nothing too crazy. As both teams don't want to give anything away to their opponent, Jake is going to take a good chunk of damage.
Yep, that's below half HP for him there, and some little extra gold going over to Metro with that first strike. So, yep, there you go. Up gold. Win. High alert win. Easy peasy.
Yeah, and on top of that, Jake is going to go... Never mind, I'm going crazy. That's the Nico. Don't mind me. I fell for it, and I could see the outline, and I still fell for it. God, can you tell it's getting a little late?
Yep, there's a root up onto Ethereal Ice, so it's a little bit extra damage, not too much there. Jake, though, wasn't able to reset, so he is going to be taking quite a bit of beating from that buff there. And we'll see if King of Spades can actually side lane, bring up a lot of side lane priority here. Maybe, hopefully, he was watching a lot of Rutledge's games before this happened, and and can side lane and just bring up as much pressure as him, because, I mean, that man was a monster.
Yeah, absolutely. But the fact that Jake is going to be starting so low does mean that the kill potential and the gank potential from Final Boss is very low. That means Hyler has a little bit more freedom to play a little bit more aggressively in these lanes, at least to start, until they have to go through and back, because Jake is not going to be able to go through and survive any possible gank. Now that being said, yet again, starting on opposite sides of the map, so Udyr is going to be sitting towards this bottom side, not surprising at all. Obviously, Seville has been one of the key win conditions for them when Seville's not doing well. Typically, not at this high alert. So to get Seville ahead, that's a great start. So to see Udyr go down there, not surprising in the slightest.
It is right now, Civil and Ethereal Ice do have the pressure in pushing in to this bot side, and Tawny2K also pushing into this top side. So it could honestly just be a trade of just side pressure and scuttles for both these junglers. They might not be able to find anything since they're pushing so much here, unless like maybe you could do enough damage they can go for a dive, but I don't see that happening. As King of Spades though, looking something on Tonti. Getting quite a bit of damage off there. Nice trade going out from there. Keep that up. Hopefully Garen can heal up with that passive. But right now, the game is definitely going way better than the last game for High Alert.
I mean, yeah, pretty much. Yeah, they were already a little bit behind. Who was it? Was a Versia that already had like a 2K gold lead sitting at 5 minutes. So the fact that we're 3.5 means that we're already doing a little bit better for the game state. But that's not surprising. High Alert definitely going to want to play this a lot slower. They're not going to want to give up any leads early. They do not want a repeat of last time. So I'm expecting them to play the entirety of this early game pretty carefully. Maybe I do worry maybe even too carefully at times. Maybe not capitalizing as they should.
King of Spades going to be jumped on there. Is going to be forced to flash. But Tawny was looking for a flash silence there and wasn't able to quite get it. So honestly, that's really not that bad for King of Spades. If he flashes and Tawny doesn't flash, I mean, that sucks. But it's a trade of summoners on both ends there, so that's really not that bad. And since it was into his own laner, it was really an equalized trade out. And he's currently holding the pressure into this top side. He's actually winning out on Tawny right now. And Tawny has to be careful. He has no flash. There's a lot of damage going out.
Yeah, I mean, it does feel like a little bit of a wet noodle fight, but Tawny2K so low could absolutely fall. But does look like a little bit of a tease for a back there, but it's not going to do so. King Spades so low on mana, however.
Yeah, but it's just going to be spin coming out. There's the W coming out, but he's eating up a lot of minions. He has the flash from auto! King of Spades, solo bolo there. Tawny, what are you doing? I mean, you were down so much HP and tanking the minions? I don't think that's the smart move at all to do.
That is going to give first kill over to High Alert. Don't think it will be too crazy. A little bit of extra gold in that York pocket. Not the end of the world, but definitely not amazing. double root coming out there from Big for Mercy, but the Udyr is in the way, so even if they wanted to capitalize on it, they would be hard punished for it. Neither one of these junglers having too much of an impact so far. A little bit of presence shown by each, but no kills going either way from those ganks. The top and the bottom lane pressure has remained pretty much the same, with both sides for High Alert kind of winning out pretty aggressively. Taunty's continuously pushed back under their turrets, and Verja and Beg for Mercy have not been able to get any space out from under their half of the map.
And right now, since Civil is constantly pushing down into this lane, he's up about 15 CS on 2 Verja here, so about 2 waves. And Deathmaster may be looking for something here. They know that Jake is into this top side. They have it warded here. They're even throwing down some Mia pings on him. And they're just going to start up this Drake 6 minutes into the game, so hopefully being able to pick up this one. And when you pick up this Drake and you have, King of Spades holding up this pressure into the top side, this might just spell a full 3 grubby take for High Alert into the future as well. So they're setting up, trying to get up these objectives, playing slow and methodical, just getting these incremental increases in just gold and objective prio. And I mean, so far it's working out for High Alert. As Tawny gonna be just stunned up with this wall here, spin to win, but taking to about half HP. King of Spades, I would say the first time in this series, is having a really large effect over taunting in this top side. As Metro gonna be forced to flash away, is gonna be stunned coming out though, as Jake not quite under that tower tanking the full brunt, and there's gonna be a flash coming up from Metro. But Jake did have to use this.
Sheep, I fear that Taunty 2K is no crab wrangler. I don't know Garen will end up being. I don't think he has the same skibbity raise, you could say. I think that's how the young kids say.
Oh, why would you say that? Oh, you're gonna
but
make me throw up.
seriously.
Pestmaster is
but
being
yeah.
onto this ward here. Jake is quite low though, so I don't think much else is really gonna happen. It is just going to be High Alert keeping up this pressure. Civil and Ethereal Eyes playing to the strength of this lane quite well. That coming out of King of Spades, able to pick up an extra long sword there. Right now, like I said earlier, just slow and methodical for High Alert. Not a huge lead over Final Boss, but it is still about a kill's worth from that kill into the top side, and they're fine with that so far. They're hoping to just, like I said, get the small incremental increases into the lead and able to blow it out of proportion through these objectives as Grubby's now spawned into the top side.
Yeah, that is going to be a big thing. Obviously, High Alert already picking up that Drake, already have a kill in hand. It's going to be something Final Boss will want to play for. Obviously, the feats of strength, while they're not a big defining factor, you definitely don't want to give any advantages over to your opponents. They don't have a lot of vision, but with the proxy going on from Taunty, they do have a little bit of protection from the actual jungle side, and that is going to give them what they need. Looks like Aurora is just going to sit there and space out, make sure the Syndra doesn't come up to have an effect, while the Pantheon takes all 3 grubs. So it's going to split the jungle objectives 1-1. Rather good start and a pretty good comeback for them. If they can find another kill, put them back into play, this game would practically be back to square zero.
Oh, Verja taking a lot of the damage there. But I was maybe hoping that High Alert was going to play towards these grubbies a little bit more since they had so much pressure from King of Spades, but they decided against it. Metro was also quite low without TP, so that also could be another reason why they're deciding, like, okay, Deathmaster, just stay to your bot side, just continue to get up in these farms here, as that's going to be JDK going over, and he's just going to run right into Deathmaster opponents there, but he does get a trade kill onto Metro. I mean, that was nice down road between worlds, able to stun up there as it's going to be acing the ult, but the barrier is there, and there's the Grand Starflight as Civil is looking for something in Version. Maybe he can get a trade kill over, but Beg for Mercy with that one extra auto is able to pick up that one, and Beg for Mercy still continuing, see if he cannot find anything with your eyes. But, yep, nothing else is going to happen there. Tawny 2K with the spin to win right onto King of Spades is going to be stunned up there. Does have the flash, but he's taking a lot of damage, though. He's going to have to be careful. King of Spades continuing to chase him down. Civil is going to count his lucky stars if that kill went over to Beg for Mercy and didn't go over to Verja or to Jake. So, and also Ethereal Ice was able to stay alive and is also able to freeze up this wave for Civil. So Civil is not going to lose a whole lot, and he's up. Look at that CS difference, 34 CS up on Verja. So like, he's doing quite well for himself right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And you gotta say, I think the longer this game kind of stays in its more neutral state,
This bot lane is going to be scarier and scarier. I mean, obviously, Caitlyn is a pretty strong scaler, but Verja on that Kaisa, while it's not a good matchup for the Caitlyn, is still a pretty strong scaler into the mid to late game. So that is going to be a very scary opposition for it to kind of remain at its current state. So you would expect.
Be careful. Nice cancel on that stun. It's still going to take quite a bit of damage, though. Going to eat up that spear, but wasn't empowered, so not going to take too much, but still. Metro seems to be kind of the focus so far to hopefully see if Jake and JDK cannot pick up another kill onto him. As we do see Deathmaster Pones behind, maybe looking for something onto Beg for Mercy. They're not going to see him from the Tri-Bush here. He is already going to use his W, and he does have Flash, but he's just going to be rooted up, and that's just going to go over to Ethereal Ice. I think you might want to give that over to Deathmaster Civil, but still, that's feet going to be collected up in a free kill, but JDK able to trade it back over to Metro. Metro falling down there, as he just he cannot seem to get up and equalize this lane into Aurora.
Yeah, so that is going to be the feat of, the feat of Warfare going over to High Alert. Do want to bring attention to one thing. Someone in the chat actually pointed it out, and I didn't even notice it. That 30 CS difference between Jake and Deathmaster Pones. Oh, Taunty?
Taunty?
Very? Okay, looks fine. But yeah, 30 CS gap between the junglers. Also, very casually, about a 50 CS gap between Civil and Verja.
Yeah, it is,
I don't know where that happened. Especially at just 12 minutes in the game.
That's going to be flashed on from Beg for Mercy. He's going to be rooted up, stunned up multiple times. Nice big shield, though, with the WW. And Deathmaster Pones isn't done yet. He's going to go right back in, see if he cannot pick it up. It's going to go over to Jake, though, as Jake going to be able to get out with the Z. Metro Dragon on the way. Beg for Mercy about to fall down. Civil taken down, just deleted. JDK, though, going to be stunned up. There's the Unleashed Power. Flash going to be wasted up there. Verja, though, killer instinct to the back line. As King of Spades is here, Jake falls down. The Justice isn't enough. And Deathmaster Pones able to pick up that one. Triple kill going up over there. As Final Boss just fall apart. And High Alert find their team fight.
Yeah, JDK, I think with the miss flashing just in the Drake pit instead of outside of it, and then the dive in from Verja is pretty good. Is able to get them into the back line, but even after that fight, not able to secure any kills, so no gold going into their pocket, just getting 2 assists in general. It's not amazing. Again, down about 50 CS, and now not able to secure any of the kills that they've participated in. Versus definitely not doing nearly as well for this game as they were in the last. And I do think that's down to High Alert playing this, one, a little bit more stably. They are not making nearly as many mistakes as they did in game number 3, but also just playing slower. They're just being a lot more methodical, not giving away stupid plays, not trying to play
Civil, even with the net, is going to be able to cleanse that up, and with the shield from Ethereal Ice, they're still looking for more damage. Civil, though, maybe a little too aggressive. The flash from Taunty, but here comes Deathmaster Pones. Is going to go right onto Beg for Mercy, though. Still has his passes up and ready to go. Isn't really taking that much as Beg for Mercy just falls down. Road between worlds, though. Deathmaster Pones still not done quite yet. Quite tanky, not taking up all that much damage, but still, it is going to be a 1-for-2 in favor for Final Boss, as both their bot laners end up falling down here. But still, look at this boss side. King of Spades is just shoving down these gates, and with no TPs to answer, I'm pretty sure he just picks it up. That's 700 gold over to this Yorick.
Yeah, that's the threat of Yorick. Like I said, it doesn't really matter how behind Yorick is or how ahead he is, because at the end of the day, big team fight happens, Yorick doesn't participate, and suddenly Yorick is taking your tier 2. Is going to chase down. Is going to die here, I'm assuming.
Just going to chase him down. He's going to try to look for something onto Taunty, but I don't think he's going to quite get it. Close, though. Was almost able to get it there. The Justice not being used. Deathmaster maybe looking for something on Verja. And there's the actually coming out the double R. And Verja, I'm pretty sure, is just going to fall down. There it is, maybe? The shutdown actually goes dead. There it is. Able to pick up that one trade kill, but that's a shutdown kill going over to Verja. Metro, though, trying to pick up this tier 1 top tower. Civil trying to push us in, for some of his own goals. Metro just eating up those tower shots, able to get a 300 gold richer. Civil, see if he cannot pick up some 300 gold to himself here, but not going to be able to quite get it quite yet, as the root going to go right onto Ethereal Ice, tanking up those tower shots, about one auto away, as Civil is just free firing though, doing quite a bit of damage, as right now those CS leads and differences are really paying dividends for High Alert's gold lead right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And I again, just to keep pointing it out, the gold lead is expanding for Civil. It's not closing at all. Verja is continuously kind of falling behind, has caught up by about 20, but now almost 30 ahead Verja is from where we last checked in. So it's definitely not amazing. Versus also, I mean, did just get that big shutdown, so it's not all doom and gloom. Has a lot more gold in their pocket, and it will help them out. But we definitely need to see Versus start getting some of these kills, not just participating in them, because not having, or like just having this big gold gap between them and Civil is making it very difficult for them to win out these fights. Because my God, already completed one item here. And finished up boots. This Caitlyn is getting very strong, very quickly.
Yeah, and right now, Deathmaster Prones is really accelerated on this Udyr, and I've seen Udyr's solo carry games before. I mean, this champion is so annoying to play into, especially if they end up being hyper accelerated, as Deathmaster Prones is here. He's almost, there it is, Unending Despair already completed. 7 stacks on his Darksteel as well, and he even has the boots upgrade option as well. Jump in right onto King of Spades. Jake immediately going to throw out his E. King of Spades just going to walk away with that W wall. And there's going to be 3 members of Final Boss actually up here, because Beg for Mercy also kind of just around. Jake, though, has to be careful, though. That's about half HP, even more than half HP. He's just taking so much damage, and any hope of a possible dive is looking less and less possible, even with the E. As King of Spades just going to decide against it, it is going to be demolished coming out from Beg for Mercy. So is still going to decide to not want to do anything there. But still, High Alert into this boss side, just going to pick up a free Hextech Drake.
Yeah, free is the operative word. It is the Hextech Soul, which is another one of those really good souls to play for. So both teams are going to want it. High Alert going to start that stacking. I mean, it was already feature strength. I don't think we really covered it, but it was secured by High Alert quite a while ago. So they already have that kind of snowball on
Okay, they're going to
hill.
jump right into Deathmaster Prones. That's not really someone you want to start things off from. That is going to be a Death Blossom. Civil's going to be out of that one, but that is going to be Justin doing a lot of damage. It is going to be traded over. Beg for Mercy going to fall down. Civil being forced to flash away. It is still a 3v4 as King of Spades once again just pushing into this top side. I mean, I said this is what they need to do, as they unleash power. Metro able to find out JDK, and that tower's gonna fall down. Add another 700 gold to King of Spades. Why not? As they're gonna continue pushing down here, as Verja take a couple hours back coming up from Jake. There's the cleanse. He's gonna be stunned up. There's the slow. He's just gonna fall down. One more auto. Can he get it? Dark Spear is there. There it is. Verja gonna be slowed up as King of Spades 1v1 against Tante. Take him to about half HP. Beg for Mercy has to answer Verja. What can she do? That Scout of the Week barely gonna miss though, and that's gonna be the flash over. Metro on a rampage. Shutdown going over to Verja though, so it is going to be a trade for trade. It's a little extra gold going over to Verja, but still Metro picking up a kill and getting a flash out of the ADC.
Yeah, and you can really see here we're losing towers, just losing so much control of the jungle, and it is not being helped by this Yorick. Yorick has taken, what, now 4 turrets single-handedly, both your tier 2s and tier 1s on your side lanes. Your tier 1 and mid is gone. High Alert are Drake stacking. They are sitting at, what, now an over a 5k gold lead. This is the best High Alert have looked all series so far. I know they won game number 1, but it was a close affair, and it was a comeback story from them. This is the best performing we've seen them, and I really do think it is just coming down to very solid fundamentals. They're not overextending. I think in times past we would have seen that fight that just happened extend even longer, and they would have tried to take more and more until someone stepped out of position and Final Boss would have come in and secured that kill in a very skirmishy way, pulls back, and then takes the fight like 5v4 or something of that nature. That's like what we would have seen
for games 2 and 3, but here High Alert are playing a lot more careful. They're not overextending. They're taking what they can, and they're leaving what they can't, and they're just fighting to see another day. But that strategy is getting them wins around the map that are stacking on top of each other.
The biggest thing too is like they're up 5k. Up 5k, even though it's only a 4 kill difference, that's just how much with the CS differences they've had across their lanes and the towers that they've been able to take. I mean, they're up 4 towers, and there's a stun onto Beg for Mercy, and there's the ace in the hole, and Metro able to pick up that one. Beg for Mercy just falls down. Deathmaster isn't done quite yet. Double W to make sure he is quite tanky enough. Verja is now here, but just gonna pop that Phoenix stance and walk away. And maybe they try to look for something in Atacom, and Beg for Mercy down. That's a lot of their engage gone. And Tanti, he does have TP, but what if he's going to leave? King of Spades is going to take your entire base away. I mean, you have to be careful here to really, like, not give too much work for him, as there's Metro just half healthing JDK, more than half. And he's got to be careful as Deathmaster is just going to chase after him, forcing the ultimate. Jake is here with the Grand Starfall, but he's on the wrong side here. Shelly's going to be summoned up. He's going to go right inside there, and that's a stun coming out from Jake. And one more auto, there it is, going to be taking him down as Jake is just going to continue to ride this, not Jake, Deathmaster Pro's going to continue to ride this out. Going to crash it in, get behind Verja, back for Mercy, pop awesome, nice flash for Deathmaster Pro's, one more auto, Dark Fear is there, Metro able to pick up that one, 6th kill of the game. Atacon still on the menu, as King of Spades looking for something on his tower, able to pick it up, but the ultimate is going to be enough. I don't think it's going to be. There's a flash from both, frame perfect. Metro looking for something on Verja, is going to be able to find it. Metro, the max range scatter their weak. Tanti lives, picks up the tower. High Alert are decimating Final Boss right now.
And again, they could have overextended,
Oh,
but they don't.
Tanti 2K, what are you doing there? He got taunted by the Maiden. Atacon picked up for High Alert. Final Boss looks like they want to go to a game 5.
I'm so sorry. That like broke my brain. I wasn't ready for that. I thought for a second, I was like, oh, the Maiden's on him, but the Maiden backed away. It's all good. They won't die. And that does feel like this game. It is nowhere near as one-sided as last one. It's not great. And, like, don't get me wrong, it's not good. But we're not looking at a 20k gold lead. But High Alert have definitely reset the mental. We were really worried about that mental state. How is the team going to do? How are they thinking coming into this one? But they don't seem down. They just seem hungry. They're playing like they're desperate to get game 5, but they're also still playing smart. They're playing good League of Legends, and they're just winning out these fights super well. Yorick is back on the side lane, so it is a 4v. It looks like a 4v5, 4v4 in this mid lane. Tanti is going to go out to deal with the Yorick, so it is going to be a 4v4.
Yep, I mean, that's the name of the game right now, is King of Spades into the side lane. And I said keep track of this. Is he going to be able to have as much presence as he needs as, like, maybe someone like Rutledge? And I would say he has most definitely been able to check that box off, as Tanti has not been able to leave the lane. And even when Tanti's in the lane, King of Spades is like, well, I have enough damage to kind of like fight you under tower and enough sustain to be able to get a health lead, and then just ignore you while I take these turrets because I do so much. And now they have an open top side with an Hib down. They're looking for something at King of Spades in a 1v2. Flash coming out from Jake. King of Spades, though, with no flash, is going to fall down. So it's going to be a shutdown going over to Jake. They are able to find the Yorick here, and there was no wave in mid lane for High Alert to be able to take advantage of the number advantage they have. But still, I mean, what do you do after this? You have to try to be able to find something that's still an 8 or 7k gold lead for High Alert here, and they're sitting on Soul Point.
Tanti is sitting. They haven't spotted him. He's really deep.
Yeah, they're going to be able to spot him on that ward just now, so they see him there.
Yeah.
As just look at how much vision as High Alert has into this bottom side. It's starting to look like Beg for Mercy is playing for them. It's so much vision.
Yeah, that being said, Final Boss are finally going through, clearing out what they can. There's a little bit of a lull here. Baron is up in 20-ish seconds, so that's going to be something to possibly play for. Final Boss, not known to be the ones to give away Barons. That is High Alert.
You'd imagine that's not the case, though, seeing as High Alert very much have the lead and the presence here. And they are setting up on this top side. They might just be trying to play for a kill here to immediately turn and get this Baron.
And they still have that little sneaky ward there that didn't quite get seen by Oracle, but it's not going to matter. It's going to go and expire as Tanti. Going to be chased down here. Going to be slowing up once his Q runs out. There's the next slow coming out, and he has no dash, no flash. King of Spades just slamming his grovel right into him, right into the dirt. Might as well become a grub for him at this point, as Deathmaster looks something for Verja. Is going to run right into Jake. But Deathmaster, again, so hard to kill. He has the Unending Despair. And with Phoenix Sense, he's just going to perma-slow you. Taking quite a bit of damage from a bunch of this free hit. But Jake about to fall down there. Ace in the hole is there. Deathmaster going to be able to heal up there. Unleash Power, able to pick up that one. Double kill for Metro. It is going to be Deathmaster falling down. But Beck for Mercy is going to go golden right in front of a Caitlyn. I wouldn't advise that. And Civil now on a killing spree. King of Spades into this boss side, just free hitting right onto this inhibitor. The mid lane tower for inhibitor is also about to fall down. Metro's going to be able to pick up that one. And this honestly might be game. It's 4 seconds on Tanti, but they do so much damage. I'm pretty sure this is it. High Alert! A decimation on their end, the same as game number 4 for Final Boss. They're bringing us to game number 5. Play the Silver Scrapes. We got a series on our hands.
And I don't think anyone was expecting it in that fashion. I mean, we were expecting possibly a mental boom after that last game, but High Alert go, okay, you stomped us a little bit. Now it's our turn. And they just come and they play even more aggressive. No, I don't even want to say play more aggressive. They played it even slower. I mean, the game lasted longer than the last time, and it was a little bit more close in terms of kills. But High Alert never gave up a lead. At no point did Final Boss feel like they were in control of that game at all. It was just it felt like rather an outright bludgeoning, like game number 3 was. It felt more like death by 1,000 paper cuts. Just very slowly across the map, losing small fights. Here, there. Yorick constantly on the side. They lose this fight, so they lose to Drake. It just constantly felt like they just could never get control, and it was down to the small details that High Alert were constantly winning across the map. I mean, like I said, game number 3, it felt like a bludgeoning. Final Boss just came out and said, nope, you lose, bonk. But there, High Alert seemed very clinical with it, and that's very...
Oh, a little bit of a cancel out there. But yeah, I mean, the further Sword Sport, why he gets that figured out. I mean, I full on agree. It was literally just a ping pong, right? It was like, Final Boss came into that game number 3 and just absolutely decimated High Alert, and High Alert did the exact same thing to Final Boss. And here's the biggest thing here. Both these teams have now won 1 game on each side. So it is a 50-50 win rate for both of these sides. So it's like, okay, now you're Final Boss. Do you take the blue side, that one that was looking favored for the start of the series? Or do you now take red side now that, you know, things are looking a bit more favored for red side? It's like, what do you do here as Final Boss? What side selection are you planning on going for? And right now, honestly, I couldn't even really tell you. It really depends. Are you wanting to counter? Do you have a prior pick? Like, what do you want to do for this game number 5? And right now, again, High Alert running this high. They may have lost a 2 in the center, but they started off with a win, and they're able to get this absolute decimation into a game number 5. It's always nice going into the next game after a win, even if it's tied up a 2-2, especially in Silver Scrapes, especially in the finals. I mean, High Alert are really looking to make a statement here. But, I mean, before, you know, we get to any of that, we're going to send it to a quick break here as, I mean, both these teams definitely need to draft up and cook up something nice and tasty for this game number 5. Get ready. We're going into Silver Scrapes. We'll see you then. Alrighty, everybody, welcome to game number 5, the Silver Scrapes between Final Boss Esports and High Alert. We apologize for the technical difficulties there. We got it all situated, all figured out. We're ready to get into draft for game number 5. I'm expecting this one to be a banger. Hopefully we're not going to go out on a whimper here. We've had 2 absolute decimation of a games, 2 very close games with comebacks coming in. Game 5 should not disappoint here between both of these teams.
Yeah, absolutely. And what better way to close out the LFA but with the first and only 5-game series of the postseason? This is the first one. The closest we had was the High Alert Flannel game that went to 4. So we are leaving it all on the line here. Like you said, we've had 2 kind of smash games. We've had 2 pretty close games, a little bit more back and forth. So this one, it could be anything. We saw High Alert climb out of that mental hole after game number 3. Now we're going to have to wait and see if Final Boss can do the same. There's a lot of pressure, again, from those 2 players that I mentioned before. The only 2 that have made it back to the grand finals, in which last time it was a BO5 as well, and they were on that reverse sweep trajectory, and they lost it in the very end. So now they're back in game 5. You know that tension's high. They don't want to go and lose back-to-back finals in game 5s. That is a mental destroyer.
Yeah, if you really, there's the Ari first pick coming up, but if you really think about it, it's kind of funny because, you know, with JDK and Jake being on Divine Ascension, right? And they were up 2 games and they got reverse swept by ID. And that and then you go into this game, also another 5 games. Once again, like you said, JDK and Jake now about that not have the exact same situation because, you know, High Alert did win the first game, but Final Boss won the next 2 games, and then High Alert, if they win this one, it'll kind of be a mini reverse sweep in a way. So if that was to happen again to JDK and Jake, that would be killer, especially with both, you know, Final Boss as an organization with the old mid laner and jungler that they had last split. We see the Echo being picked up from Metro. We see the Kane being picked up from Deathmaster Pellets. It wasn't the Nocturne like I was hoping for. And the Smolder Hover so far for Final Boss. Nice safe pick with the RA pickup for JDK.
Yeah, and I mean, that is the one thing that Final Boss have been doing really well. The moment they get put onto that blue side, they immediately forego one of their big bans and they just pick it B1. Obviously, game 5, there's nothing left to lose. The pools are as tight as they're ever going to be. What is that quick math shape? 4 times 5 is 20, 40
Man,
champions.
I didn't graduate. I actually did graduate. So,
I was a comms major. I'm not.
Man,
good
I
at
haven't
numbers,
used
but
math in my life. What do you expect from me?
Absolutely. So, like, what, 40 champions banned away, not accessible, 46 after the first wave.
Yep.
We do see a pretty interesting composition coming out of High Alert. We do see the Echo, which has been kind of a pocket pick. It hasn't been crazy effective, but it's been effective enough that it has been in the rotation for Metro, especially in these longer series. We see that Kane get pulled out. I don't think it worked very well in the last week of games, but they're going to try it again. And we do have that Jhin, who is, despite not being a super meta ADC, is just kind of always a staple. So I don't think Jhin is really ever bad in a meta. It's just about how good he is. But again, we're in game 5. And we are not in the meta pool anymore. All the meta champions have either been banned away or picked in previous games. So you have to dive deep here.
Jinx, Kaisa, MF, all staples are already gone. You even have the Ashe, Caitlyn as well throwing with the Senna. I mean, it's a very small pool. So there's only a select few champions that can get consistent like value out of. Jhin being one of those champions. Varus is still up. Varus still quite strong, and Varus into the Final Boss composition, if that is end up being like a Smolder top lane, who knows, could still be good pickup. Smolder, although I'm most likely going to be the pickup in towards this bot side. Smolder, always going to be strong. It's always going to be an S technical tier champ if you can get to the 225 stacks. If you can drag out the game long enough, it's always going to be good. Although we saw Civil able to find out Can of 10 last week into the Flannel game, where he was able to find out an overextended Smolder and able to end the game off of that. So you see Seraphine finally going to be given over to High Alert that was constantly banned out second rotation from Final Boss. So we're getting already to the Final Boss, Seraphine to High Alert, so a little bit of a handshake over to the champions that both of these teams have probably been wanting to play. Mumu going to be the hover so far. It looks like Ace going to be locked in, so very strong frontline and engage from Final Boss so far, and it tends to be pretty good into Jin. Jin doesn't like going into tanks unless he's like super far ahead. It doesn't tend to matter, but he tends to struggle against it into the later stages of the game. But still, Kane being picked up does kind of ease that a little bit for High Alert if he can go Darken.
Yeah, absolutely. And the compositions are starting to look a lot more and more like your average ranked game matches. But again, we're so far in deep. We're going to have to be picking a little deep into the pool. I think the Amumu is a really good setup jungler. That paired with the Alistar, there is so much engage potential with this line. The Gragas as well. Not quite a big like pull or dive in, but also a really good engaged champion that does a lot of damage and can hold their own on that top side. So I actually really like Final Boss's composition here. I am interested to see how High Alert close this out. I'm assuming some sort of bruiser and or tank, because obviously Kane can go bruiser. Okay. I almost died a little bit on the inside. Please.
Oh my
That's
gosh,
a
I was
pick.
locked in! No. Wait, I'm waiting for Giggle to tell me that that's a different champion, right? Right?
Tell me that's a Scion. Tell me that's a Scion.
It's legit!
That's
It's
legit.
legit! Ladies and gentlemen, we got a Teemo in this game, number 5. High Alert, King of Spades, looking to truly be the King of Troll here, picking up Teemo in game number 5. Not what I was expecting at all, especially considering that Teemo doesn't necessarily do all that well into this composition. Okay. Okay, let's check the Venmo, PayPal accounts of all these players, whoever's drafting, and we'll have to
Check the
see if they've
PayPals.
gotten any, donations recently. Okay, well, High Alert looking to win this out in style with the Teemo top. I mean, what, can't ask for a more better banger, I guess.
God, I remember one of the top laners is known for their Teemo. I can't remember if it's King of Spades. I didn't pay that much attention because who plays Teemo in a team play competitive series? But I mean, it might be King of Spades, and if that's the case, who knows? Maybe it does become a difference between like just a straight skill matchup, but you actually are playing a champion that you're very comfortable with. So who knows? This might be a genius move. That being said, I do worry. I kind of hope that's the case. Obviously, Ari being picked up by Final Boss. I mean, JDK being put onto one of his best champions, one of the best champions in the game, the like go-to mid lane pick right now. Is a little scary, especially as everyone else is on these off-meta champions. Obviously, that doesn't mean anything in terms of like how viable this composition is going to be or the rest of the champions will be, but it definitely is a lot more of a comfort pick. You're going to have a lot more reps with JDK on that RE as opposed to literally anyone else on any of these champions. So that comfortability has to be taken into account. I think compositionally, I do favor Final Bosses here. Like I said, I feel like there's a lot of tankage missing out of High Alert. Obviously, Kane can go bruiser, but he's not going to start as one. And even then, Kane is not a really good solo tank. He's a bruiser. He likes to be in the fight, but if he's popping R and immediately going in and like engaging in off that or trying to survive, there's nothing protecting any of that back line. So I'm a little worried for High Alert. But I'm excited. I hope to God the Teemo works. I really want to see a Teemo win a game. I'm just a little worried. My brain is saying Final Boss. My heart is saying High Alert.
Oh, well, Final Boss, they're triple AP, so, and maybe that'll mean something for High Alert here when they get into this game. Maybe they can stack a little bit of a magic resist composition around here. They don't have the Zen Zhao, so maybe they don't have a little bit of that extra Bruiser-ish, maybe Kane himself, maybe he wants to go something like the Force of Nature, maybe he wants to go the Malamar Mortius this game. We will have to see. It is the Seraphine, though, coming out for Theo Ice. I know he's been wanting to get his hands onto that, the same with JDK with this Ari pick. Oh my goodness. I mean, like I said, I favor Final Boss's comp. It's a lot more cookie cutter. It's a lot more simple front to back. High Alert, though, from their last game, you saw what they were able to do with a composition that was a little, funky and, just a little all over the place. And they were able to win, and quite convincingly, too. It was probably the best we've ever seen High Alert play, and to play against the #1 seed, the final boss, no pun intended, of this split. So we'll have to see if, they can continue that tempo from last game and continue to play, again, slow and methodical into this one to try to bring it up for, the game 5 win.
Yeah, I'm actually taking a look here, because obviously they got the first round's bye and they 3-0'd in last week's game. So I'm actually taking a look at the the schedule because I don't know when the last time Final Boss have been taken to 3 games. Okay, they were taking the game 3 in regulars against Mint in the last week. Um, Actually, they had a couple of full best of 3. So um, they did have a couple of times in which they were tested and they were pushed to the very end during the regular season. But this is the first time in weeks. I mean, again, no week 1 game for playoffs for them, and they 3-0'd last. So this is the first real test they've had as a team for a minute. Um, they're going to be coming off of a rough game, so the mental has to be taken into account. Again, those 2 players are going to be desperate to not want to lose a second final. And now I don't want to say being taunted by, but kind of being taunted by the fact that they're running a Teemo on the top lane. So there's a lot to be taken into account here. This I'm expecting. I don't know if it's going to be a stomp or a close game, but I'm expecting it to at least be an interesting game here.
Yeah, I mean, interesting is definitely the name of the game with that Teemo pick here. We'll have to see if King of Spades can continue on with that streak he had into game number 4, where he was just, out team fighting, outside laning, and just out prying Tawny 2K into this top side. We'll see if the Teemo pick's going to be enough. It is a range top lane, so he might just be able to break the mental of Tanti 2K 2 games in a row. JDK, though, with his champion signature pick with the Ari, Echo answered over from like the most aggressive player in the LFA. A little bit of scaling to the top bot side, Verja. Jin onto Civil. Civil has been looking quite strong. Theo Ice got his champion. Alistar for Sports and High Alert. Final boss onto the blue side. High Alert on to the red. We're officially in full swing for silver scrapes here. It's the LFA Split 2 finals. We have a little bit of a banger coming out of King of Spades. 1 million point residential, no soul, absolute devil of a player. Teemo main into this top lane. We're really gonna have to pay attention to this as he brought Ignite. He brought Ignite instead of TP. This man is really cosplaying devil. He even has the appropriate skin to boot. This man is an absolute unit.
Yeah, ends up being correct there. King of Spades is that one trick for the Teemo. Has been doing good on all these other champions, do not get me wrong, but this is the bread and butter. And this is the counter pick as well. So even though this is traditionally not a great lane for Teemo, though most lanes aren't a very good lane for Teemo, but in this case, knowing that you're going to be going into the Gragas, King of Spades must be at least confident that they can deal with it. So that is going to be a constant lane to look out for. The lack of TP, though, is very interesting. Not going to be a lot of pressure, especially in team fights. It's going to have to be moving with the team a lot more. It's not going to be able to, put that side lane pressure down and immediately TP in for big 5v5s or Drake fights. So that's going to be something that we have to worry about. But this bot lane is going to be a lot of, back and forth trading. Nothing too crazy. A little bit of poking out. Smolder obviously wants to stack up pretty late into the game. Like you said, I think it's 225 stacks you need to really become a menace. Meanwhile, this Jhin is not amazing in the tanks. So going into the Alistar might be a little risky. But that being said, it's going to want to stack up and get as many items as possible before getting into too many big skirmishes. So I'm expecting this bot lane to be very, very reminiscent of like games 2, where they just kind of get left to their own devices, left to scale.
Right now, obviously, you see the Jhin Seraphine lane going to be quite stronger than the Smolder. The Smolder also bringing Cleanse into this matchup as well, so a little bit of a combat, less of a combat summoner there to be able to use into this bot side. There's also no exhaust. There's no ignite either into this bot side for High Alert, so he's really only going to be able to cleanse out from any type of slows, snares, maybe the encore from Ethereal Ice. Just when it comes to this bot side and cleansing out from the blind. I'm kind of looking more at it, and I'm a little surprised that it is the cleanse. I guess Verja really just wants to play as uber safe as possible and doesn't want to get hit by any type of threatening CC.
Yeah, absolutely. Amumu is in the area going for a gank here.
Yep, gonna be able to dodge out from that, not gonna dash into it. So nice read from Metro there. Make sure he doesn't have to expend any type of summoner. So it is still gonna be just basic back and forth between his mid lane. King of Spades was prior. We kind of expected that with the range top lane, but he does know Jake is to his top side, so hopefully, he doesn't forget about that as JDK walking up onto Metro, getting a couple autos off. Range matchup is going to be quite strong here until Metro can get a couple more of those kills, or not kills, but CS and gold, as King of Spades forces flash is going to be an engage into the mid lane, flashing away from the orb, but it's not going to be enough. But a flash auto going to be able to answer over Civil, though. Going to get stunned right under the tower. The tower shot going on Ethereal Ice instead, though, as Civil turning this right back around. But Verja looking for a solo, are going to be able to get it with that snot bubble, and Verja now chasing down after Ethereal Ice. As Civil did have barrier. That's actually quite interesting, as Deathmaster Prone's looking for something onto Jake. Jake no flash, or Jake with flash. Deathmaster Prone's with no flash. Jake is gonna have to be forced to use flash. JDK on his way. Keep on almost want to say Jake or JDK. Two close sounding names. But yeah, Civil didn't use flash, didn't use barrier. That might have been a little bit of a whoopsies there, as it does give a kill over to Verja.
Yeah, I mean, it is kind of matched up on the top side. It does cost them a kill as well in the mid lane, but it is back secured by Deathmaster opponents, who then immediately takes advantage. Obviously did a full clear, while Jake went and did a half clear, ganked on mid, then immediately went and ganked on top. But because of that delay, Jake ended up having to wait out to clear that blue buff. And after the gank onto mid, it was immediately
Okay.
Deathmatch opponents
Nice early
going
something
in.
on JDK. It was a nice parallel convergence, and Alistar was nearby, but still, Metro able to get the HP bars to about the same here, pushing JDK a little bit back from this aggressive positioning he's had, and now Verja by herself. Alistar back down towards the spot side as King of Spades constantly just, pushing in these waves, getting the prio with the range versus melee matchup. That back is going to get a recurve bow with those boots. I expect him to continue doing this until at least Tanti gets his first half item.
Yep, it looks like 33 stacks for the Dragon practice there, so we'll keep an eye on that throughout the game. But because of that, half clear and then being interrupted by Deathmatch opponents, got a 25, 26k, excuse me, no, 25, 26 CS lead in favor of this Kane. So that is pretty notable. That will give him a nice little boost early on. Not the end of the world.
Oh my. Deathmaster Pones is up so much on Jake right now. Like,
Yeah.
55 CS to 24. He's up 2 full levels here. As Jake is going to have to go to his top side with JDK. They're going to be looking for something on King of Spades. King of Spades, you have to be a little bit careful here. He's still walking forward as Tanti's looking for something. Is going to be able to get the explosive casket out. JDK is here. Jake isn't even going to try to show up. And I'm pretty sure, yep, that's just going to be Feet of Warfare given over to Final Boss, as they just did not track JDK where he possibly could be. Verja going to be rooted up. That's a lot of damage taken quite low. Beg for Mercy trying his best to peel for his ADC, but taking a lot of damage. Verja still with both sums, though. Does have to be a little bit careful. Has no barrier. That flash 4-shot is still a possibility from Civil.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, the pressure coming out from the Seraphine Jhin, it is going to remain this way for a little bit. Metro does not have ultimate.
Yep, the charm is there, but I mean, with the Time Winder Ursa thrown out, slowing down JDK, Metro is just gonna, yep, he's gonna go on the timing with no charm, gonna go right back in. His E is low cooldown, and so far, once he got that Aether Wisp with that boots of speed, he's feeling quite confident in this lane. Deathmaster Pones with the first trick of the game as well.
Yeah, Deathmatch Opponents has played this game so well. I think if Jake was able to get something out of one of those first 2 ganks, whether onto Metro or King of Spades, off that first clear, I think we'd be telling a very different story. But because it wasn't, it just put Jake really far behind, and that allowed Deathmatch Opponents to go and counter jungle him.
They have a vision into that
Jake
pixel. They
really
know he's
opposite.
resetting. Are they going to be able to stop
Oh,
him? And yes, they
no.
can. Jake, though, with no flash, Metro on the way. He doesn't even have ultimate. King of Spades able to pick up that one. Nice game sense in to know that with the vision, they didn't see him walk forward away from that tri-bush. They knew he was resetting. King of Spades finds him out, picks himself up a kill.
Yeah, with that, High Alert are back in control in terms of gold. It's about, what is that, 7, 10, or about 1,000 gold lead now. It's close. It's going back and forth. So sitting around the 1,000 to 800 gold in their favor. Feat of Warfare did go over to Final Boss, so that is notable. However, the first 2 major objectives now have gone over the High Alert. That's the Cloud Soul, or Cloud Drake, excuse me, and the 3 Grubs. So they're just 1 major jungle objective away from securing that. Next one up is going to be the Drake in about 3.5 minutes. But then after that, it's just going to be the turrets. And right now, all the turrets have been pretty safe. I think bot lane has been having the most back and forth pressure between the 2, but that is a pretty low bar, as there's not been too much, and it's mostly been from a High Alert pressuring Final Boss. But I don't think there's any turrets really at risk, so the Feat of Warfare, or not Feat of Warfare, the Feats of Strength are going to be a little bit until they're secure.
That charm is going to land there. Metro, though, with the Counter Break, is going to be able to live out on that one. It is going to be the Spirit Dash from JDK is going to be used, so it's going to be a trade for both ultimates here. Both sums are still up. JDK was hoping he had the angle. Explosive Casket not going to be able to quite get the insect right into the barrel there. King of Spades, once again, just kind of gliding across this lane. Feeling quite confident, I would say. He is still about equal on CS, a little bit behind from Tanti 2K, but is still keeping up the pressure. Deathmaster still keeping up that CS lead as well, and even Civil having about a few waves up onto Verja. So right now, High Alert are kind of like singing the same tune from game number 4, but they're playing slow, they're playing methodical, and there's a flash pulverize, there's a headbutt towards the wave, there's the encore going to be instantly cleansed away, but Deathmatch Prone's on the way, a lot of shields with the barrier is now used, and that is going to be the deadly first lane, forcing the flash away from Verja. Beg for Mercy, taking a lot of damage, able to dodge out from that force shot. And it is going to be still pressure going over to High Alerts. Deathmaster Prones may be looking for something. Metro is on his way. He does have the ultimate, but the Umbral Trespass is up for Deathmaster Prones. And King of Spades able to get out away from that one. There's a TP coming out. They're going to decide to go up again, not go up against this play. Going to go away. JDK with no ultimate. Can't really follow with any types of dash. And Metro just hoping for enough time with his E. That is going to be a flash charm coming out. JDK, though, is all by himself! But it is going to be enough damage from Verja over the wall. And that is going to be disaster for High Alert. And Metro, Jenner trying to dash over this wall to stay alive. Tanti running away from King of Spades. Explosive Casket going him just a little bit closer. And, yep, there's the bandage shot's going to land. Jake able to pick up that one. Close. King of Spades almost be able to pick up that one. Oh, so close for High Alert here into that bot play. Able to pick up something from JDK. Was overly aggressive with that flash charm, but was not able to fall down there with the assistance from Verja.
Yeah, and that's scary. I mean, High Alert were doing pretty good getting themselves back into the game. They technically still have the gold lead, but now 2 kills on this Ari, 2 kills on the Smolder. Only Ari has died between the two of them. That is a really rough position to be in. Obviously, you want to limit how many kills go over to those 2 carries because they are hyper scalers in their own right, even more so Smolder. That being said, while they are 2 kills up over the Jin is pretty substantially about 25-ish CS above the Smolder, so that is something. There is still some sort of lead on that bot lane. But that being said, we do see a lot of positioning here in and around the Drake pit. The next Drake is going to be up in about 15 seconds. Both teams are going to want to fight for it, especially because High Alert are just one away again from securing that feat of strength. So expect a lot of opposition here from Final Boss as you do see people start to run down. Neither the top laners. Timo going up. Yep, I was about to say, if there's a TP coming out.
Yep, King of Spades is
Timo's
going to
gonna be real
immediately
late.
walk now all the way back down. They are going to be able to pull this Drake away, so it is going to delay them starting it. And King of Spades is now here, and it is just going to be Tanti split up from his team. Deadly First not going to land. King of Spades is going to get a lot of free autos off. They're going to be looking something on to Beg for Mercy. JDK going in. Encore is going to hit multiple members, though, but JDK able to take down Civil. There's going to break Metro into the back line. JDK has one more dash to give us something onto King of Spades. King of Spades able to barely get out alive, but with the W is there. The elbow trespass, can he get it off? No, he cannot. He actually already used it. High Alert only able to pick up one, and that's JDK. Everyone fought up, but Metro, he isn't done yet. He finds Jake. They completely forgot about the Echo. Disaster for Final Boss. It was looking good. They still are able to pick up one extra kill, but that's still Drake not able to be started, and that buys them more time for High Alert.
Yeah, and the respawn timers are in their favor. Jake is now, what, 6 seconds out? Deathmatch opponents just spawned up. They're going to be able to get back to that Drake very quickly, and it just becomes a matter of, is Final Boss willing to go back in, have the disadvantaged side there, while also giving up more pressure on those lanes? Oh, Metro's just dead, right?
Yep, there's your shield up. He's going to be looking for the movement speed there. One more auto should be enough to... Oh, orb not there. There's the slow. There's no flash, no ultimate. E-Billy gets out, and now JDK has to be careful from Deathmaster and Ethereal Ice. E-Billy going to miss out from that one. Metro stays alive almost. Over-aggressiveness costed him his life. Thankfully, it wasn't quite enough from JDK.
Metro now twice this game, just this game, has gotten away with murder. Barely getting out alive by the skin of their teeth. But that being said, after trying to go in to secure that kill on the JDK and not happening, them seeing that Deathmatch Prones went up back towards that top side, it's just going to be secured. Drake is going to be taken by Final Boss, stopping the Drake stacking, stopping the neutral objectives being secured by High Alert. Still just one away, so that feat of strength is still up in the air as to who's going to win it out, and it's going to be the Infernal Soul. So Infernal Embers are going to be scattered around. A lot of extra damage here, which I think might actually help High Alert out a little bit more. Not a lot of tankiness from their team, so a lot more damage to help burn through it would be amazing for them.
Yep, definitely. I mean, if you have an Infernal Soul proc from Teemo Shroom, that's just like I said again. Oh, Metro able to phase dive right over that charm. Is gonna notice that he is not in a good spot with Beg for Mercy there. Is just gonna ult right back. So it is still going to be a little bit of advantage in terms of ability for JDK, but not for his HP bar. There it is. Encore going to land. Per instant cleanse though from Verja. So getting dividends out from that summoner spell, but did have to use both of her summoners still to get out of that one alive. Still 3-0-1 is the Smolder, so still being quite comfortable stacking up here as King of Spades looking for something onto Tanti, and he's going to be blinded up. He's going to be able to get ignited poison. He's taking so much damage. Jake is here, and it is just going to be King of Spades backing off as it is going to be the headbutt and the pulverized combo. Deathmaster looking something onto Verja though, and with no summoners, he's looking for it. He's going to be able to get it one more auto. There it is. He's going to fall down. It is going to be a trade 1-for-1. You do pick up the ADC, getting the wave in. It is going to stop the stacking coming out for Verja for the next 30 seconds and gets more stacks towards Deathmaster Pones and on this game.
Yeah, that being said, up on the top side, Grubbies are, or excuse me, not Grubbies, Rift Herald is going to be secured. So Shelly picked up by Final Boss. That makes it 2-2. Next major jungle objective secures that feat of strength. Final Boss could win off of that. If High Alert pick it up, that does mean the first turret's going to be the big matter. First turret possibly going to be this bot side tier 1.
Yep, head flash up at Pulverize. JDK is here. He does have the ultimate, and Civil, he's going to use flash, but is just going to fall down once again. Civil and Ethereal Ice do this once again. Well, they stay just a little too long, but Metro should be able to pick up this mid lane tower, so it is going to be first turn going over to High Alert. So at least, you know, pulling away JDK does still get the first turn, which is what they were looking for towards the spot side. But man, they got to stop doing that.
Yeah, they're hemorrhaging too many kills. That's too much gold going over to very important carries, mind you. The only kill that has not gone to either that Ahri or the Smolder has gone to the Mumu, and it was only one. So 6-2-2, 4-1-1. Very scary lines to see, as we do see their bounties go up. 200 gold each apiece. 0-0-8. Alistar also has a 100 gold bounty. So if there's one big fight, High Alert have a lot of standing gold that they can get from those bounties, but they have to win out those fights. And the fact that they've lost so many deaths already means there's a lot of money in Final Boss's pockets right now.
That next Drake coming up 2 minutes. That's going to be a big thing to play for. Hope they can pick up some extra damage here. It's Metro. Have to be careful. Drake is close by. They have no vision. They don't know where he is. Metro's still kind of looking around. Is going to throw that Time Winder with the phase dive. Bandit Shot's going to be missed out, though. He is just going to use that Chrono Break away, and he's going to be forced to flash to make sure he does not get Bandage tossed onto there. You got to be careful. If you can't see Jake on the map, you know he's most likely close by, especially with his 6-2 Ahri. You definitely do not want to give over a kill right now. Although all shutdowns is going away. It is about an equal game, only about 1k Final Boss for their lead. So it's still anyone's game right now for both of these teams. And slowing the game down might just be kind of what High Alert wants.
Yeah, I mean, it was used to great effect in the last game, so would not be surprised if that is just the game plan here on. That being said, Drake is up in about 50. Jake is already in the area getting vision down. Meanwhile, High Alert's just now getting back into that mid lane after a reset. So it is going to be a little bit back-to-back. Like you said, that first turret was destroyed by High Alert. So it's a race for the strength. The next person or the next team to secure it is going to pick up the feature strength. Not a huge boon, but you don't want to hand over any advantages to your opponent, especially in a game this tight. We do immediately see Final Boss dropping Shelly, putting Prio on this mid lane. Yeah, it might actually secure.
It's gonna go in, engage right under Ethereal Ice. He's gonna flash right away. There's Mom. The Encore, multiple members though. It is going to be Unbreakable Will to keep Beg for Mercy alive though, but he's so far away from the team. They get the tower, but they lose both supports on both sides. There's the curtain call. It's gonna be open. Version forced to take one. JDK with something King of Space. Not gonna be able to get the dash with the Tron, but Jake's gonna go in, but not gonna be able to quite get the damage out. Knock up right into JDK. Gonna be forced to flash away. Gonna fall down. It's just Metro left alive. Verja quite low herself. Gonna have to be careful She is going to decide against it, and it's 3 for 4 for Final Boss's favor, but still, that was a hell of a close team fight.
I don't know how I feel about King of Spades flashing in, trying to secure that kill on the Jake. Jay was already left running, had no health left, had to back away to survive. It forces out that more extended fight that goes the way of Final Boss. It does mean that both sides pretty much just bounce off each other. No Drake is secured, but that's a lot of money that just went into that Ari's pockets. Another 3 kills for them, 9, 3, and 2. You have just accelerated the biggest threat on Final Boss's team and made this Ari a serious problem way early in the game. We are just now cresting past 20 minutes, and this Ari is already at what? They're working on their 3rd item.
You also gotta look at the oh, okay, Deathmaster, careful. You also have to look at the Metro is actually not fine in terms of items. So there is an initially large rod, which is definitely way more AP than an amp tone, but it's not a humongous difference what you expect a 7 or 8. Oh, they're gonna go in. There's a parallel convergence. Back for Mercy, gonna be able to get a knockup onto 2. JDK able to just find it onto Civil. Jake gonna be able to pick it up. Metro gonna be able to pick up Jake as well, but it's not gonna be enough. There's so many resets and dashes. JDK, that's a triple kill. Can he make it 4? And I believe that is going to be, yes, quadra kill for JDK. That's his Ari. You can't give it over to him. 13 and 3 is his Ari, and Atacon is just ready for the taking.
Yeah, and just like that, that fight's over. I don't remember. Yeah, Drake was taken by Final Boss off that, so that is feats of strength. They get the full 5 reset, and now Atacon is also secured for them. They just took reins of the game. It was back and forth. The kills were so clearly in Final Boss's favor, but the objectives, the turrets, all high alert had to do was kind of just keep growing into the game. But after that fight, it kind of all collapses. They were not able to keep that Ari down, and Ari just had an absolute field day with them, tearing them apart. It's definitely looking a little bit scary for High Alert. But that being said, High Alert also is the same team that came back in game number 1 off of about a 4K gold lead, which is right about what we're dealing with now. I think it's actually close to the 3. So we've seen High Alert in this very series come back from a similar position.
Of course, we get the residential pause. We were so close. 5-game series did not have a pause. We did have technical difficulties, but at least we didn't have a pause in game. Unfortunately, we are going to be running into a pause here. Don't know quite what the issue is. I didn't see any disconnects, so bear with us a moment here. Hopefully this won't take too long so we can get back into the game.
Yeah, absolutely. But general state... Oh, there we go. Expect the mandatory... Yep. Brief pause should be resolved in just a couple of seconds. But general state of the game, mid-tier 1 and bot-tier 1 for the side of Final Boss have been taken. So even though the gold is in favor of Final Boss and they now have the objective lead, the game state is still a little bit in favor of High Alert. They've lost a lot of their jungle control, Final Boss that is. So expect, especially towards that bot side, for a lot more potential for ganks and roaming through the jungle and counter-jungling.
And it's almost the second item looking up for Deathmaster Pones. If he can get to a point where he can kind of do Kane things, where he can just survive in these team fights for so long, that's kind of what he needs to be looking at. And also for King of Spades, got to get 2.5 items, maybe even 3 items, so he can start like actually doing damage with the shrooms, able to actually show up as he decides against Tanti. Tanti not going the more typical tank Gragas build, is going about full damage. So King of Spades will be able to actually, fight 1v1 against this champion and shouldn't have to worry all too much about it. So we'll have to see if he can keep up with that prio. Metro definitely way behind on to JDK here now at this point, 13-3 and 3. You wouldn't think it's so much. You would think he would at least have that Zonia's ready and completed by this point, but I'm sure he probably is right next to having that gold. He is picking up those Krugs right now. But yeah, Tier 1 tower, King of Spades, not in a good spot right now. Metro is looking to try to help him out, but there's a headbutt. There's the pulverize. And there's the extra stun, and there's
Metro,
nothing
get out.
Metro can do. JDK is going to be looked upon here. He's godlike, able to pick up the kill right onto the Seraphine, though. Although he went in for an aggressive dash, and he's going to get shut down. So some free gold going over to Civil there. And, I mean, you lose too, but be able to pick up that shutdown from JDK, able to get him off on the map. I mean, it's honestly best case scenario for High Alert.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a big shutdown as well. And it goes on to the Jin, who already has IE and Collector. So I believe they're building into Lord Doms next, or at least possibility. There's a lot of tankage on the side of Final Boss, so would not be surprised. That's a
So you have
pretty
to be
good
careful.
pick of
There's the
approach.
Deadly Flourish, the extra movement speed from the passive. Protobelt already used. Does have the Explosive Casket. There's the ultimate coming out. Curtain Call. That's a lot of damage. One more should be enough. There it is. Snipe him
Four.
down. Another shutdown going over to Civil there. And this is exactly what High Alert needs. This is how they got back in the first game.
Yeah, absolutely. Little skirmishes, taking the fights that they have the advantage on. Oh no, Deathmaster. Being isolated.
JDK's not close enough, so they only have Verja's damage, and if we get a stat check, I don't know if she's at the 225 yet. There we go, so just recently hit it, so it does do quite a bit of damage, actually, so they are going to have to be a little fearful of that. Metro got to be careful, he's going to be dashed right onto JDK. We've seen that one before, it's in the script. He did at least get the tower, so a little 300 gold richer there. It is Zhonya's up for JDK as well, so that's a pretty big buy for him.
Yeah, and I mean, 15, 4, and 3 is already crazy on the Ari, but I do want to bring attention to that smaller, like you said and like you pointed out, already hitting the stack count to actually make their abilities do some serious damage. They're also sitting at 6, 1, and 9. I think that's their third item completed, plus upgraded boots. So they're hitting the spike right when it matters. This Ari and Smolder combo is becoming a serious problem, and I really struggle to see how High Alert are going to start dealing with this. They do not have the die potential like the Fizz in previous games to really get much. Obviously, there is the Kane, but the Kane, being Bruiser, is far more likely to be sitting in the front line trying to protect the back line of their own, like that Jin, like the Seraphine. So it is going to be very difficult for them to deal with that heavy back line. But if they can find a way of shutting them down in some of these team fights, they will be doing a lot better, and it's also about 1,000
This
sitting
death
there.
pressure gonna find it right onto
Oh,
King
he's
of
just
Spades.
gone.
He's gonna be forced to flash. Not even the ult coming out for Metro. And there's the Encore coming out. Double kill going over to Verja. Flash bandage charge with the R. And there's Civil being forced to flash away. And Ethereal Ice, I think, is just gonna be left as sacrificial bait. There's the death push that a lot of teams fear to have happen to them. And you don't like to see it on broadcast. Oh no, it was just instant deletion too, and when you have the execute up for Verja as well on the Smolder, it just means that much more death here, and Metro didn't even have a frame I think he could press R.
Yeah, Drake is up, is being secured by Jake. It's going to be single-handedly secured. Baron is also available, so Jake's going to take this. The rest of the team is sitting up on the top side. They got to get some prio on top lane as well. There is the potential for a sneaky take here. They have been sneaking the Barons.
Looking for something possibly onto the outside. He still has the Unbreakable Will, but is taking a lot of damage. King of Spades, though, just going to get deleted. Deathmaster Pones isn't done quite yet. He's still looking for Beg for Mercy. And there's the able just pass right onto Verja. He's going to be able to pick it up. That's a shutdown going over. There's a Chrono Break. JDK, though, still doing quite a bit of damage. Beg for Mercy. Headbutt Pulverized. JDK with only one more dash. Deathmaster Pones, they can't kill him. He's healing so much. He's looking to go back in, and he's going to be able to pick up that one. Tanti is going to be the next target. One auto. There it is. JDK able to pick up that one, but still, High Alert able to pick up 3. Jake is on his way. JDK is here. Metro, you have to be careful. Is that going to be able to get hit by that Charm? The minions doing a beautiful job blocking. Nice E from Ethereal Ice to get his mid laner right out of that one. They started that off 5v4 because King of Spades, he instantly died, but it didn't matter. Deathmaster Pones, that's the Kane we've been looking for on this High Alert roster, and you can see it does so damn much.
Yeah, just dives in, immediately removes Verja. Like I said, they needed to get rid of those 2 big hyper damage dealers, and they remove the Smolder off the battlefield. And JDK actually, I think there's a little bit of a misplay, tries to go in onto that Jin and Seraphine, and just allows the very low health Kane to just decimate the rest of the team. If JDK turns, looks at the Kayn, removes the Kayn with that Q, they can immediately go and hunt down the Jhin and the Seraphine. But they get a little greedy. They try to go for those two, expecting the others on their team to keep up with that Kayn. But the Bruiser, that lifesteal, the damage is just too much, and the Kayn out survives them all and almost clean shop.
Yeah, and Metro does now have that Shadow Flame. 3 items. Verja with no defensive item, no flash either. If Metro gets onto the Smolder, it will be a very bad time. But they know that the Baron is going to be started up, so it's not going to be sneaked in like these other games. There's the curtain call going to be open. Deathmaster Pwnz is continuing looking. There's the Encore. Going to go right onto Beg for Mercy. Is it going to go over? It's Deathmaster Pwnz! He picks it up! Beg for Mercy going to be rooted up. Deathmaster still looking for something. Is going to fall down. JDK looking for something on the Civil and Ethereal Eyes. Penetrates over the wall is really nice from Jake. King of Spades still alive. Civil trying to run for his life. Is going to be able to get right back over. JDK is going to throw the flash. Nice dodge out from Civil. King of Spades able to pick up a little bit from that wave. JDK continuing to look. Deathmaster Pwnz picking up that Baron crucially for high alert.
Yeah, that's massive. I mean, it completely stops Final Boss from looking for an end condition. Meanwhile, high alert, well, 3 of them did fall. King of Spades, and more importantly, arguably, Civil keeps that Baron buff. Civil has been doing pretty good, has 3 items, plus the Zeal, plus the boots. So, has been doing pretty good to keep up with the likes of Verja. Jhin should be starting to come online now, and with this Baron buff, it might just be a little bit of the edge that they need to start winning out some of these fights. That extra bit of damage is going to be massive coming out from the 4-man.
And they'll have this for about 10 or so seconds from Drake spawn, so they might not have it for a taking of Drake unless they start it on spawn, but they can have it to get a really easy and nice setup and to be able to push out these waves. And that stat difference from the extra just AP and AD you get from the buff itself is enough to kind of close out a little bit of this, you know, damage that they would need to maybe find out JDK or even just burst down Beg for Mercy when he goes in with his Unbreakable Will. I mean, it's just every little thing that High Alert can take, right? And that's kind of what their comp is. It's just a big ball of damage right now, especially, you know, with this Jhin, with this Echo. This Echo, you know, Metro is up CS on JDK, is keeping up in levels. 3.5 items to 3.5 items on to JDK. It's crazy when you look at this. I mean, it doesn't even really look that JDK is really that much further ahead on Metro, even though it really should be.
I mean, there's an over 15 kill difference between these two teams, but the gold difference is just about 3K. It's really not that far apart, as we do finally see a bit of a fight start out here. Again, only 2 members of High Alert have the Baron buff, so they're a little bit less excited to go for a big fight here than they would normally be if they had a 5 stack with it.
Dante taking about a third of his HP there, so as Verja doing quite a lot to Deathmaster there. Char missing out from King of Spades. Drake is up 10 seconds onto this bear. Deathmaster has to be careful. He's taking quite a bit of damage. Verja split up from the team. Headbutt pulverized though, and they're just going to be able to find Kayn. They look something onto Verja. Going to be able to get out alive. Encore going to be flashed away, and this could just be it for High Alert. JDK going to jump in right in. About to fall down. Civil looking for something. He is going to go golden though. JDK, the deadly flourish though. They're able to get it, and he's actually going to be able to snipe Verja there, but they should have enough damage to just run it down here. The wave is already prepped, and I think that's it, Soren.
That might just be it. 32 minutes on the clock here as they start this
Jake
potentially final push. It's a little slow on the take. They're not full sending it. Jake is going to
I don't think it's over.
No, they're not going to do it. They're just going to take the inhibitor and probably back away here.
Civil saved that game. He saved that game. If Verja or JDK are up, they end. I'm almost guaranteed they have the damage.
Oh, the damage
he
would be too
perfectly
much, yeah.
times the deadly flourish, and he even gets Verja barely off the back foot of that. Civil might have just saved the series. If Hyla could somehow win this after that, I mean, props to Civil there, because he would be the sole reason why they're still in it.
Yeah, no, that very much could have been the end. I expected that to be the end. That being the case, though, that is going to be Soul secured for a final boss. So they've caught themselves just a few minutes. It's going to be a matter of what they do in these next couple minutes that determines their fate. I mean, Civil is still doing good. He's getting the kills. He's getting the shutdowns that he needs. He's now got 4 items plus the BF sword. So there's a lot of damage potential. I think technically is a little bit behind Verja on items, but not a terrible amount. So it's going to be close. If Civil can continue to just remove Verja and JDK as threats on the board, the rest of the team does pretty well. It's just there's too much damage from that Ari and that Smolder to exist for more than like 3 seconds in a fight.
If Deathmaster Prones can pick up Malamar Mortius before this next team fight, and better yet, if they can find a team fight before Verja is able to pick up Guardian Angel, that is an honest, like, angle that they could be looking for to, like, maybe just dive on Verja, able to pick up the kill. And since you have Kane and you have Umbral Trespass, you have both these champions that can dive and be able to live right on top of that. And I think this back is going to be the Malamar Mortius. It should be picked up for Deathmaster Pones. And waiting for it. Nope, Clawfields doesn't quite have enough gold just yet. But nope, there it is. Did have enough. Malamar Mortius finished up for Deathmaster Pones. So if they can pick up Verja before the GA is completed and maybe, you know, get out without losing too much with it, and is able to play a slow fight to get JDK's ultimate stacks away, there might be an angle for High Alert, but still, it is still an uphill battle. About 3k gold if JDK is looking for something on the Civil! And JDK, though, Deadly First gonna miss. He has to be careful. There's the flash coming out, and it's going to be the charm up there. JDK, though, has to be really careful to looking for something on the backside. King of Spades, though, trying to buy as much space as possible. Bandit Shot's barely gonna miss out. And there's the Deadly Flourish, still gonna live out. It is the chase after JDK. Deathmaster Pro's still on his way. There's the upper trespass. He's gonna go golden, though. Is he gonna be able to get out of this one alive? No, he will not. Verja doing a lot of bit of damage. Deathmaster Pro's with the knockup right into Taunty. Verja just completely uncontested. But there's Metro, though. Can he get it off? No, he cannot. Double kill going over to Taunty 2K. And Theo Ice is the only one left alive. There's the stun coming out. Is it going to be enough? The TP coming out for Taunty. I think that's finally it. JDK acting as a glorified global taunt for High Alert.
Yeah, and it does enough. Taunty is knocking at the doors. The turrets are being targeted. The waves are just now crashing. There's one. Too soon to follow. Ethereal Ice can do nothing but sit there and watch until the gray screen comes, as it does for all of us. And with that, the champions of the LFA split number 2 is Final Boss.
I mean, it was looking so good. JDK went so far forward to get Civil. Civil lived. Civil almost 1v1 the Ari by himself. What have you ever seen that happen? A 20-kill Ari almost losing out against an ADC. And he was so close. If they were able to pick up the kill so much sooner, and High Alert can turn that right back around onto Final Boss, there's an angle where they kill them. The death timers are long enough, and they just run it down mid and win. That was a shatter point there for High Alert and Final Boss, but JDK able to get out with the murder there, able to barely live out, and forcing the Umbral Trespass from that Kane, from Deathmaster, means he did not have it for that little fight that happened. I mean, it was detrimental, and I don't even think Metro was able to get his ult off there. He just, he fell off, like, he got, like, the instant Q from Verja, took him to about half HP, and then on top of that, I think the Headbutt Pulverize, double knockup from Beg for Mercy, was able to save that for them, as if Verja falls down there, and if Verja falls down, ultimate comes off from the Echo, you still have Ethereal Ice, and without any of the extra damage, if Deathmaster Pones, again, can live out just a little bit longer, he might be able to heal back up just through the fact that he's Dark and Kane, and that could have been way different. They may have not been able to end the game because JDK bought so much time, but they would have been in such a good position to get Baron. I think even set up for the Elder, and it could have been ended off from that. There's so many moments in that game where High Alert were just so close to being able to flip it back up and just able to end it out with a win. It's crazy. It's a best of 5. It went to 5 games, and honestly, if we would go to a best of 7, I can see High Alert taking the next game. It's so close between both these teams, and you wouldn't think so with how much praise Final Boss has been getting from this split.
I mean, yeah, Final Boss lived up to their name, but High Alert so easily could have won. But that being said, I mean, at the end of the day, Final Boss did just have the means to close it out. I'm looking at the charts here. I'm looking at the graphs. 42 and 43 damage, respectively, for JDK and Versia. The only people even the next closest in terms of damage was actually King Spades on the Teemo, with 26,
That's true,
which
yeah.
I didn't even notice. So yeah, actually that is King of Spades' third most damage in lobby. But yeah, no, it was very rough. Everyone but Beg for Mercy for the side of Final Boss, level 18. Only Metro made it to level 18. Civil didn't. I noticed that at the very end there, during that chase down, Civil ended at level 15. Sybil was
Wow.
3 levels behind Versia, but was still doing that much damage and still kept up in items, but was just so far behind in levels. I mean, it was a little rough. If that game goes a little bit longer, if they level up a little bit more, they finish that. Like if Civil's level like 17 there, who knows? That could be a very different story because Civil would be doing
Because
so
it
much
was
damage.
so damn close, and he has the Collector, so obviously 5% of HP bar from Ari doesn't exist with Collector, right? Because
Yeah.
you get below 5%, you get executed. And Jen, because of how he scales, like he exponentially scales a lot more with AD because he has fixed attack speed. So those damage numbers from leveling up, if he was level 17 instead of level 15, he
Huge
probably
difference.
even if he didn't even kill on into the mid lane there, he probably would have killed with that deadly flourish with the little extra stats that he had. I mean,
Oh yeah.
it's so crazy because Civil, like I said earlier, saved the game for High Alert, and if he was just a level or 2 higher, he probably would have been the sole reason why they won that game. Because, like I said, if they kill JDK there and they just are able to turn it right back around and are able to find the rest of Final Boss, because guess what? He didn't have to use his ultimate. No one really had to use any of their abilities onto JDK. I think it was just Flash from Civil, but Civil with Jin is so far away from the rest All right, welcome back. After that quick little break, we have two of the champions here with us, Verja, the ADC player, and we have the mid laner, JDK here. Guys, how are you feeling after that win? That was an absolute banger of a 5-game series.
I'm feeling stressed. I won't lie. Heart's pumping. I
Yeah.
I don't have a good track record when it comes to game fives, so I was coming in a little scared, but I was on comfort at least.
I was
Ugh.
freaking out all day. I was telling Verge right before this, like I've in all like the Victorious Legends like leagues, I was like been to 4 splits of mid, 4 finals, 0 wins. So I was like really fucking scared. I was like, I gotta fucking win this finally.
Yeah, and
I was
JDK,
gonna
I
say,
wanna I wanna like kind of come to you on this, right? Because last split you were on DA and you were on DA with Jake, where you guys got reverse swept by ID, right?
Yeah.
And final boss's old mid and jungle was Metro and Sinestro, Deathmaster Pwns that you were facing here today. So that must have been like very like a big narrative for you to kind of play towards. And since it was a 5-game series, I want to pull towards that very last play. Like, what was going through your mind when you're like, oh my god, Civil didn't die, and he's killing me, and you had to like run all the way towards that bot side. Like, what was running through your mind there? As that, like I was saying on stream, could have been a shatter point where High Alert could have turned that around if they killed you in that mid lane and possibly won the series off of it.
I know, I was like, we were controlling like Raptor's brush or like area around that area, and I was like, I saw Sybil, I think I saw Seraphine like near the Raptor pit. So I was like, they're kind of split. So I was like, I should be able to one-shot him. And I think I didn't land charm because of the minion wave. So I was like, all right, red like fucking alarms were going off. I was like, I had to start running. I had to just run away from my team. So luckily, I was just so fast. I was just running around. I was stalling so much. I don't know why Sinestro ulted me there at like 5 HP. He like smite ulted me.
Yeah,
And then,
he really wanted you there.
yeah, but I think like I stalled up enough that I feel like there was like a second part of the fight breaking out like towards the backside of river. And I think at that point, Verja was just so goddamn strong that he was just tearing them up.
Yeah, absolutely. And we kind of talked about as well the level difference that Civil had. If he was like one more or even two more levels, he probably would have enough to be able to kill you through either the Deadly Flourish or just the autos that he got off on you with Collector. So that was like a really like big what if scenario where if he just had a little bit more XP, that could have been a completely different game.
Good. Yeah. But I think at that point, like they used so much, I think, on that back half, like that start, like Jin solo ulted me, like turned, like Kane was flashed on me, like Jin flashed, like it was just a lot.
Oh,
yeah,
you want to send it to you, Soren?
yeah, absolutely. I mean, do we just want to announce what's going on? Do we? Alrighty, then the special announcement we had beyond just interviews, which thank you two for joining us. We really do appreciate you sticking around. But we do also have the awards for the end of the season. We have three. We have the regular season MVP, we have the postseason MVP, and the finals MVP. For the regular season, we are giving it out to Can of Tin for some crazy performances. Dragon Flannel, some games across the finish line, putting up huge numbers. For the postseason, we actually have Beg for Mercy, also insanely good performer, giving some love out to the support. And for the finals MVP, it's Vergia. Congratulations, Vergia. Thank you for sticking around. How do you feel?
Thank you. Dude, I came into this like game just overall like stressed also because I was out of town since Thursday. I just got home today. I had enough time for an ARAM and that was it. I was just worried that I was going to be a bit of a liability for my team, and
Definitely
luckily
not a
I
liability.
was not. Civil is a very good player and absolutely destroyed me in lane, but my team helped play around me and got me out of the ruts I was in. So thank you
I
to
mean,
them.
to give you a little bit more credit, I don't think anyone could have watched some of those performances and would have believed you were in a rut. You were absolutely dominating some of those games. Especially, I know it was very one side of the fair, but that game 3 was crazy from you guys. You were putting up some crazy numbers, and you on the misfortune just went absolutely ham. And also in that last game, obviously the Smolder. I know it was the pair of you that were going off, but I mean the Smolder really coming alive late. I genuinely was the big difference maker very late on. So yeah, massive congratulations to you, man. It's well deserved.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
and
you.
I want to ask both of you, because you guys, again, no pun intended, being part of Final Boss Esports, you guys were considered the Final Boss. So you guys were considered this absolute giant of a team. So, what was kind of like the moods and the attitude going after the first game loss, where High Alert actually was able to come back? I think it was like from like a 4 or 5K gold deficit, and were able to win out in that one. I would say, upsetting the expectations of what people were expecting, maybe expecting you to either 3-0 or at least being able to pick up the first game of a possible 4 or 5 game series. What was like your guys' thought process after that game one?
So we came into the game with a weird draft, right? But that was specifically to hit a couple of champ pools, and that was basically our cope game. Basically, if we lost it, and we ended up losing it in a not so great fashion. Like we were ahead, and we just kind of threw, but everyone's head was clear. Like we were just chilling, you know. I don't think there was any tilt. Jake gave us a few like tips on how to go into game fives and what your mentality should be, and I think that helped for sure.
Yeah, I think having like Jake definitely helped. I feel like like even with Bag was saying like how like final performances he's been to a lot but he hasn't won. So Jake is notorious draft champion. Not Lizzo Mukbang 5 chips, but he's got 3 or 4 himself. Um, but yeah, I think like having him like be there, like kind of like telling us to reset our mentals and kind of dial in is a good thing, and that's what really kept us, I think, grounded. The series.
I mean, grounded is definitely right. I mean, it was a very tumultuous series, especially since after that first game, you guys did end up winning too, so you're riding like a huge high, and then like even especially after that third game where you guys were just absolutely dominated, right? And you go into game four, and then High Alert did the exact same thing to you, right? Like it was just an absolute decimation, and and riding off a high off into a game five, if you won the previous game, it's usually more of a better mood setting than if you're going into it as a loss, especially since you were coming off winning 2 in a row. You already lost the first one, you won two, and then you lost one. So now you're kind of like, what's the plan here, especially with the side selection here. Now that was like a big thing that we were talking about with you guys choosing red side for game one, and it ended up being a 50-50 split going into game five with blue and red side, which I wasn't really expecting at all. And that really added to the narrative of game five in general, because it was like, what do you do? Right? Because both these sides seem like they have their merits.
Yeah.
Very
As
good.
for sides, I think we kind of tried to play it to force High Alert to ban Volibear, because if they don't, then we first pick it. It's basically just a free ban, uh, something that we don't have to ban ourselves, and that helped us once again control champ pools, because game five fearless, there's a lot missing in the tank, and that's where champ pools become problems.
Um, yeah, I think we just wanted blue side just to get that private pick, and like they made some adjustments in their bends, and I was like really confident in, like the first pick there of Ari, because I hadn't had it all serious, and that's like the champ I feel like I've been known for all split. Like I had first game ones every time I was playing it. Um, but yeah, I think we had like a really good draft plan game 4 or game 5, and like game 4 we kind of just threw together this weird thing. So I don't think we were too discouraged after the game 4 as well. So it's like kind of like we have this really dog shit comp and we lost. Like that's not us. So let's just simplify it and have a better game 5 draft. So that means putting our jungler on a moo duty. You know.
I mean, yeah, you guys definitely simplified it. I will say that I definitely favored your comp going into Game 5 over High Alerts. Although High Alert
And the
did upset
Timo.
my expectation of how that game was going to go and definitely made it a lot closer than I thought it was going to. Soren, you have anything left to ask?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I think that's all we got for you two. So thank you again so much for joining us for this interview. Verja, congratulations on your finals MVP. It was
Thank you.
very well earned. Thank you guys for joining us. But I believe that's it, Sheep. Do you have any final words for the viewers back at home?
I mean, just, thank you all for being here tonight for this banger of a series. I mean, it was honestly one of the best 5 series I have seen. I mean, even with 2 of the games kind of being decimations, they were back to each other. So, and since they were both from different teams, it really showed just how close this series really was, and it really showed that High Alert came here to play. So, thank you all for coming out. Thank you to Final Boss. Thank you, Versha. Thank you, JDK. Thank to the rest of the roster, Final Boss. Thank you to all of High Alert as well. It was a banger of a series. Don't leave with your heads low. You played quite well, and I loved the absolute energy it was brought in with that Timo pick into that game number 5. And just, as the league commissioner and a play-by-play caster for Legends, I want to thank you all for joining us tonight and watching. Soren, I'm going to leave it to you for your typical sign-off. That's enough from me. Thank you all.
For the final time of the LFA split number 2. Thank you so much for watching, everyone at home. Special announcement from the big man Giggle. We are taking signups for split number 3, and I can say that it will be starting sometime in September. So get on in. If you want some, come get some. Signups are available. But that's all we got for you guys tonight. Thank you so much. Of course, special thanks to you, Sheep, being the best play-by-play in the business. Special thanks to Giggle for being the big man in charge, as well as to producer, making all the magic happen behind the scenes. Special thanks to the TOs for making all the stuff move smoothly in the background. Special thanks to you guys, the players, for coming out and showing out and giving us banger matches after banger matches week after week. And of course, special thanks to you viewers at home, because if you're not watching, what are we doing it for? That's all we got for you. You can, of course, catch us at the same place, the same time, out in September, 8 p.m. EST on the Legends Twitch channel. 8 p.m. EST, the only time zone that matters. We'll see you then. Have a wonderful night.